Today we're going to start with the procedural issues. The witness that was supposed to start, Mr. Piri, we seek that he be excused and will not lead his evidence today. And we request that the chair excuse him for a further date that he will appear on, which is likely the 21st of April. For that. And Mr. Piri is here with us on the stand.
Mr. Malachi.
Piri, this is Mr. Piri.
Oh, this is Mr.
Piri.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. Mr. Malachi is the main witness.
Is fixed on the fact that we are hearing.
Apologies.
Mr. Malachi. Yes. Good morning, Mr. Piri.
Morning, commissioners.
Thank you. As Mr. Kekana, the evidence leader, says, you are excused for today, but you are directed to be here on the 20th?
On the 21st of April.
On 21 April 2026.
Yes, commissioners.
Thank you. We will see you then. Sorry, sir.
Apologies, Chair. I think I did get my dates wrong. It's the 20th. I really apologize.
20.
It's Monday, the 20th.
20.
Yes, thank you. Apologies.
Mr. Piri, as you heard, my direction is now, the earlier one is recalled, and the direction now is that you must appear on 20 April 2026.
Yes, 20th April 2026.
Yes. Mrs. Kekana, what is the position regarding Mr. Piri's statement?
The statement, he had submitted a draft, but he has not signed it at this point. I understand that he was supposed to get assistance for him to sign it, and then we'll then deal with it later.
So it's finalized and ready, but for signature?
Yes, the first one, the statement is signed, I believe.
Oh, all right.
But
Mr. Piri, do you want to say something on your statement?
Or on my statement?
At what stage is it? Is the process of preparing or finalizing it?
I think it will take me about 2 to 3 days to finalize it.
So it's not finalized?
It's not finalized.
Okay. Is it Mr. Musigiri who's handling the?
Yes, it's Mr. Musigiri that is handling.
Okay.
I understood.
Which perhaps explains the lack of detail on your part. All right, no problem. Anyway, we had been told that Mr. Musigiri would be attending to these housekeeping matters.
Yes, I think he's held up with another witness.
Yes,
and that request, I'll deal with it now.
Yes. Mr. Piri, I direct that at the latest, the Commission should have a signed and ready statement 5 days before the 20th
5 days
of
before.
April, the 20th of April 2026. Do you understand?
I do understand, the Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Musigiri, we have excused Mr. Piri and directed him to be in attendance on the 20th of April 2026, and we've also directed that he must submit his finalized statement at the latest 5 days before the 20th of April 2026. Are there any other housekeeping matters you want to place before us?
Yes, good morning, Chair and the Commissioners. Yes, Chair, there's still a bit of housekeeping issues that we need to deal with. However, we're not ready to deal with them immediately because we are busy in consultation with other witnesses as well, trying to sort out the most practical dates for when those witnesses can come. We are busy with Mr. Kader Munisi's lawyers. That arrangement will affect Mr. Lebogang Phiri's appearance on the 20th. So perhaps, Chair, the best solution is to let us...
Perhaps let's leave it at the 20th if there are other arrangements that can be done along the way.
Indeed, Chair. Then the only thing I will do, Chair, because Mr. Munisi is here with his lawyers, at an opportune time, will come and...
Oh, you're saying he's present?
He is present with his attorneys upstairs. At an opportune time, we'll ask for a few minutes to come and address you as to when he will come and a subsequent arrangement with that.
Is it not possible for agreement to be reached on that?
It will be. Unfortunately, we have to check with other evidence leaders, other diaries as well, on those dates, who are supposed to lead him.
Yeah, I'm asking this so that perhaps after the tea break, when you come to us saying this is the agreed date.
That's the suggestion.
All
the
right.
suggestion was that let the proceedings continue with, I think the intended witness is Mr. Malachi, and then after tea break, we can then update the chair on the arrangements with Mr. Munisi's attorneys, Chair.
All right. No, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Musigi?
That's all, Chair. Thank
That's
you.
all. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Phiri, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Yes, Mrs. Kekana.
Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners. The witness that we are calling for today is Director Malachi, Mr. Malachi.
If he's close by, we will not adjourn. May he be called?
Yes, I think he's ready to be called.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Malachi. Good morning, Mr. Malachi.
Morning, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Morning.
Yeah, will the witness, will you be swearing or affirming?
So,
You'll be swearing.
Yes.
All right. Please state your full names for the record. It looks like I'm not audible.
yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
I've got a bit of a hearing problem, but yes.
Is there? Where's Jeremy? Because he usually helps us with hearing. Do you use a hearing aid?
Yes, let me take out this one.
Chair, can I perhaps request that? we
Yeah.
suggest
Yeah,
that
perhaps
we
let's just, yeah.
deal with this
We'll
logistical
just
issue.
adjourn very briefly and you'll please indicate to us when the sound issues have been sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Musigiri?
Thank you, Chair and the Commissioners. Chair, thank you for the indulgence. We did say that we'll come back to you in regard to the testimony of Mr. Gareth Mnisi, but before we do that, Chairperson, and what we have agreed upon, we have Ms. Van der Heever, briefed by Mr. Matopo here, and we've reached some agreement, Chair. But before I get to that, I must say that there was a bit of a misunderstanding that Mr. Gareth Mnisi was here today, but he's not meant to testify today, and we've agreed on the next day that will be practical for all concerned, and the date is the 17th of April. We will exchange the bundles, and he will receive all the necessary bundles by no later than tomorrow, close of business, being the 10th of April. Because he came here under that subpoena that he has to be appearing before the Commission today, we deemed it appropriate, Chair, that you will have to interpose him to the next appearance, so we couldn't do it behind closed doors. So if it's acceptable, Chair, then perhaps the Chair can then, first we have Ms. Van Heever agree to the agreement, and then the witness can be then interposed to the next date.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's correct. I appear on behalf of Mr. Mnisi on instructions of Mr. Matopo this morning. Mr. Mnisi is present. He's here under subpoena. I further agree that my learned friend and myself has reached an agreement about the next date, which is the 17th, and there's further an agreement reached that the bundles would be given to us by tomorrow, close of business. May it please.
Good morning, Ms. Van den Heever, and thank you very much. Good morning to you too, Mr. Matopo. Good morning, Mr. Mnisi.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair.
You are directed to be here on 17 April 2026 at 9:30. Thank you. You are excused, and you are excused also, Mr. Mnisi. Oh, just a minute. Thank you. You are excused. You are excused, Mr. Mnisi. Thank you. Are you fine now, Mr. Malachi?
I'm fine, Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I asked you earlier whether you would be swearing or affirming.
I will be swearing.
Swearing, all right. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Kekana.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think we've done the introductions, Mr. Malachi. Just on the issues of housekeeping, there should be 3 files that we're going to use for today's proceedings. Please, are the physical files with you? And Mr. Malachi, do you have those files, 3 files?
Yes.
Yes, they are, Mr. Kekana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The first file 1 is the statement and annexes from Mr. Malachi,
Yes.
containing the statement that he prepared.
Yes. Let's go to the others when you take us there.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
please
fine.
do your preliminaries with the witness.
Thank you. And then I've just requested to hand 2 documents. I apologize, but we'll refer to them very briefly. But I do need to deal with them. Can I request them to be handed over? Thanks. The first document is exhibit number CJC 104, and that's a news article. We'll deal with it at the right time. The second document is the supply chain management regulations, CJC 105. Thank you, Mr. Malachi. Would you then turn to your statement? File 1.
Sorry, Commissioner.
File 1.
File 1, yes.
Yes, your statement.
Yes.
Would you please, when you are answering questions, direct them to your answers to the commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And if you are, if I'm not audible or the commissioners are not audible sufficiently, just indicate. I'd be more than happy to repeat the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. This is the statement. Could you then go to the last page of your statement, which is page 9?
Yes, I'm on page 9, Commissioner.
Do you confirm that that is your signature and you are the deponent to the statement?
I confirm, Commissioner.
And you confirm that you took it before a commissioner of oaths?
I confirm.
Okay. If my role is evidence leader, the commissioners are there.
Okay.
Just for the record, so
Thank
that there's no problem. Thank you. The way we're going to deal with this, we are going to request that you go through the statement and refer us to the necessary annexures. But in between then, we are going to ask some questions. That is myself and the commissioners. And if there are any hanging things to be probed, we will probe it at the end. And make certain propositions for your comment on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you then start with paragraph 1 of your statement or the introduction?
Yes, maybe before I start with paragraph 1, let me indicate to the Commissioner that my statement, sworn statement, /T.A. Malachi, it should read T.P. Malachi.
I didn't get that part.
I said a sworn statement on page 1.
Yes.
It should read T.P. Malachi, not T.A. Malachi.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going through my statement, and in my statement, stating under oath that I'm an adult male currently employed as a director, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Asset Protection Services. I was appointed on the 1st of June, 2023. I have attached my appointment letter.
Sorry, Mr. Malachi. I
So
think
please pull the mics closer to you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. I was saying, I was appointed on the 1st of June, 2023. I've attached my appointment letter detailing my employment functions, marked as Annexure TP1. The facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge and are, to the best of my belief, both true and correct, unless they indicated otherwise by context. Paragraph 3, I confirm receipt of the notice issued in terms of Regulation 10 Sub-Regulation 6 of the Regulations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference, and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System.
Before you move on, what's the correct year? Is it, 2013 or 2023? The year of appointment?
2013, Commissioner.
2013.
Correct,
All
Commissioner.
right, thank you.
And just to follow up from the chair, this position, you've held it since then, in terms of responsibilities. You've never changed title.
Yes, Commissioner. I held it since 2013.
And perhaps could you then take us through what would be your responsibilities as a director?
Yes.
And who reports to you and who you report to?
I report to the Deputy Chief of Police. Currently, it's Commissioner Spies, who just joined TMPD in March last year.
And before that, around 2015, 2016, who were you reporting to?
I was then reporting to Deputy Chief of Police Commissioner Sian Bolais. Bolais. Before Commissioner Sian Bolais, I was reporting to Mr. Navaplay in the office of the city manager.
Sorry, who?
Before reporting to Mr. Bolais, Commissioner Bolais,
Yes.
I reported to Mr. Navaplay, who is in the office of the city manager. Before reporting to Mr. Navaplay, I reported to Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Rex Mahlaule, who is retired as we speak.
Thank you. And who reports to you currently? Or perhaps just your management structure underneath you that you are responsible for?
I've got Deputy Director Mahlango, Reginald Mahlango, who reports directly to me. I've got Dr. Elvis Madihlaba. Madihlaba, who is reporting to Reginald Mahlango in terms of our operational structure. And I've got senior security officers, including other members, sergeants and inspectors, particularly Inspector Perry, who are reporting to Senior Superintendent Mahlaba. I'm actually outlining line of command.
So does Perry report directly to you, or he reports to someone before you?
He reports to Senior Superintendent Mahlaba. I'm told Mahlaba, I'm told they've been promoted not long. He's also at the level of colonel. Who's also reporting to Reginald Mahlangu, who's the acting director at the moment, since I'm not in the office for the past 10 months also.
Sorry, do you know when Piri was promoted? Good morning. Do you know when Mr. Piri was promoted?
Morning, Commissioner. I am not, I just had.
Was it this year or last year?
It was this year, according to the information I had.
This year, 2026.
2026.
It was after you were suspended?
Exactly.
Yes, okay.
Just for the record, to be clear, he was promoted to which position?
I'm told he has been given the position of a major, but this is what I've heard. I do not have a record.
Okay. Just to be clear also for my purposes, in 2025, around January, what was his position and who did he report to?
He was an inspector, Commissioner.
Please proceed.
Paragraph 4 of my statement read as follows. I've noted questions from the Commission and wish to respond thereto as follows. TMPD capacity to protect its property, assets, personnel, and decision to outsource security service tender under TMPD 2, 2016-2017. My response to this question is as follows, Commissioner. TMPD did not have capacity to protect its property, assets, and personnel. It was not only TMPD, but the City of Tshwane, as a municipality, did not have capacity to protect its properties, assets, personnel. Hence, the Asset Protection Services section was established under TMPD, Specialized Policing Division. The objective was to protect the property, assets, and personnel of the city. Paragraph 6, under the same question. When I was appointed as a director in June 2013, the City of Tshwane was already outsourcing functions of asset protection services to external service providers. During 2016, the then Chief of Police, the late Mr. Stephen Ngobeni, may his soul rest in peace, instructed former Deputy Chief of Police, Rex Mahlaule, to prepare tender TMPD 2, 2016-2017 for advertising. I was then requested by Mr. Mahlaule to assist with the tender specifications for further handling. Mr. Mahlaule was my senior at that point in time. I assisted as requested and submitted the tender specification to him for reviewing, consideration, inputs, and further handling. The tender specification documents were then forwarded to Supply Chain Management Department for further handling. The Supply Chain Management subsequently advertised the tender, TMPD 2, 2016-2017, in September 2016, together with other tenders. I have attached The tender advertisement extracted from Pretoria News, issued on the 30th of September 2020. It should be 2016, not 20. Marked as Annexure TP2. I was thereafter appointed by the city manager to serve in the bid evaluation committee together with other members from different relevant departments of the city. The tender was evaluated accordingly by the BEC members, including myself. The BEC then adopted the report, which was handed over to the chairperson for further handling. The City of Tshwane was later.
Just
Thank you.
before that, I want to ask something relating to your membership of the BEC. We heard evidence to the effect that in respect of some tender, there was communication from within the City of Tshwane to an outsider, alerting the outsider to the fact that that particular tender was non-compliant, and indicating the nature of non-compliance and suggesting that urgent correction be made to make the tender compliant. As someone who has been a member of the BEC, what shortcomings do you think exist that make it possible for such improper correction of bids to be made after submission but before evaluation? How does that happen? What shortcomings are there? I'll ask you a follow-up, which is, how do you think those may be corrected or should be corrected? But please answer the first question.
Commissioner, I'm not having knowledge, as I'm seated here, of anything that might have gone wrong with the tender TMPD2 that was a member of
I'm asking the question generally, which is why I do not even mention the internal person within the city, nor do I specifically mention the outsider, that is the person who is not within the city. So I'm asking the question in general terms. Where do you think the shortcomings would be for this to happen? A tender has been submitted, someone finds that it's not compliant, and that someone is acting in cahoots with the outsider and obviously also with the person who submitted the tender, and then the tender is corrected, so that by the time it reaches evaluation, it is compliant. What are the shortcomings within the procurement process that would make this possible?
It could be a number of factors which might include the fact that for as long as tenders are submitted on files like this, and to these files, officials have access to each and every file. I'm talking here specifically within the supply chain management environment, right? Such incident could take place, but now thinking of how this kind of things can be prevented going forward.
Before that, perhaps, you seem to lay emphasis on the fact of physical files.
Exactly.
Physical files in contradistinction to what?
I think physical files in...
Do you have perhaps, do you have in mind filing electronically? Or I just want to understand your emphasis in, as long as these are submitted in files like this,
Yes.
and you pointed to the physical file in front of you.
Exactly.
So I want to understand what you are suggesting as an alternative.
As an alternative, I'm thinking of suggesting that going forward, tender responses should be more electronic, right, as compared to filing system. And that would make it difficult, because out there in the public space, there are complaints to the effect that files are submitted, documents are taken out, and all of that. This is what we are hearing in the public space when people are complaining about issues of tenders and the like. But now, if alternatively files could be submitted electronically, I think that would assist a lot in terms of addressing the issue of loose files being taken out of, papers being taken, papers being replaced out of the tenders, yes.
And I think it's a euphemism to say you hear that documents get lost. We know from what we have heard, or at least all indications are that is in fact so. Because take, for example, I think it was this very tender process, which led to even litigation. And part of what was alleged in the litigation was that documents had gone missing. And in the end, an award was made, or awards were made without the evaluation process having taken place, which in itself was quite odd, even if it took place in terms of a court order after the two sides, the two adversaries in the litigation had reached agreement and therefore asked for an order from the court by agreement. But to cut a long story short, at the center of the litigation was the fact that documents had gone missing. I'm saying this just to correct you when you seem to suggest that this is something you heard about. It appears to have been fact.
Commissioner, I hear, and I'm not disputing, but allow me, Commissioner, to say, in as far as TMPD 2, 2016-2017, wherein I participated as a BEC member, I can assure the Commissioner and this Commission that from the beginning to the end, right, we never had a situation, right? We never had a situation where there was a complaint to the effect that documents were tampered with and so forth and so on. We just waited. We waited for a very, I would say, for a very long time. We're not even, nobody, I'm talking from the accounting officer downward, has brought it to our attention. I'm referring to the BEC, our attention that the tender document that you got involved in has got problems and these are the nature of problems. We never had that. Until today, I do not remember us or myself as a member who participated being called and getting informed about irregularities that might have happened in the run-up to the BEC completing its job and handing over the report and the documents back to supply chain management. Such communication.
But it is this tender that was, or rather, in respect of which awards were made pursuant to a court order, is it not?
It is so, Commissioner.
And what was at the center of the litigation, do you remember?
I don't know, Commissioner.
So your focus is only at the stage of your participation as a member of the BEC?
Yes.
So what you are telling us relates to that stage only?
Exactly.
So you would not know what happened later, and you would not know whether issues were raised about missing documents. You would not know that.
I would not know that.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, can I just check that, Mr. Malachi, the evidence so far is at some point in this tender process, documents were removed from the offices of the municipality and taken, I think, to a training college or something where the evaluation was done. Do you not know that happened?
What I'm talking to that particular issue in my statement, where I am mentioning that before these documents were moved to, the documents were moved from supply chain management premises, premises to the Tshwane Leadership
Mr.
Academy.
Derek, can I just, Mr. Malachi,
Okay.
can I just direct the commissioners to that answer, perhaps?
I've read the statement. I'm
Okay.
asking a different question. Mr. Malachi's evidence is that he never became aware, as I understand him in his discussion with the chairperson, he never became aware that there were irregularities, and I'm wanting you to clarify that. Is that your evidence, that you never became aware that there was an issue in this tender process, or there were allegations at least, that documents were removed from the premises of the municipality and taken to some other place, I think it's a college, where the evaluation is supposed to have happened there, or whatever the backstory to it. But that step
Yes.
of documents being removed from the municipality to another location in the tender process, are you saying you never became aware of that?
No. I wanted to assure the Commissioner that there were reasons why these documents, right, why the BEC requested that the documents be moved from supply chain management to Primos. And those reasons were purely
Primos is the college.
college.
Okay.
Those reasons were based purely on security issues that, as the BEC have observed, right, before we could start with the actual evaluation process. And those security issues were as follows. While seated and expecting supply chain management officials to present us with documents, right? We observed that the facility which was adjacent to the boardroom where we were supposed to conduct, right? The storage facility was accessed without control by city officials, right? And that concerned the BEC, and the chairperson said, colleagues, what are we gonna do with this situation, right? We then had to check exactly what was happening. So there was no access control in and out. Nobody could tell us who was having the key, right? And officials were going in and out, which indicated that there might have been other documents kept in the same, storage facility. The cameras were not they were not working.
Yes. So that takes
Yes.
you to the conversation you were having with the chair. Remember when the chair started? And you gave the explanation that you made the suggestion that bids submitted could be done so electronically, that is to avoid tampering and people having access to them. It's exactly this that the chairperson is talking about, that from the evidence we've had, tender documents were received, they were in a room, there are allegations that documents were removed, some documents were missing at some point. What can be done to avoid people having access to tender documents before the process is complete? And your suggestion was electronic.
Mm-hmm.
But you confused me when you said, well, as a BC member, I'm not aware that there had been any issues about this tender process. When in fact now you do accept that you did become aware, even as a member of a BC, that there are issues about storage of tender documents. And you were part of the decision or the request that those tender documents be removed from supply chain management to a college. That's all I wanted to clarify with you, because your evidence suggested you never became aware of any issues relating to this tender.
Commissioner, let me put it like this. I never became aware of documents that went missing. Hence, the documents were taken out of this premises down to the college, and when the actual process of evaluation started, right, each document was gone through, and I am not aware of any missing documents that, as the committee, we could see or realize that documents were missing. I never became aware of that. So we did our work. We went through each and every document without any such a report.
Can I just interrupt you there? Is it my misunderstanding of the evidence so far that this tender ended up in court because someone went to court, complained, and rather, in fact, the starting point, and please correct me if I misunderstood the evidence, the municipality cancelled this tender, sought to cancel this tender because of this complaint about documents having been removed and being returned, some documents missing. Then it went to court, and the court directed that this tender must continue. You cannot, there's no basis to cancel it, and the processing or the evaluation of the tender should proceed. Did I misunderstand that part of the evidence, or you're just not aware that that happened?
Commissioner, I would say, I wouldn't say the Commissioner is misunderstanding anything, but from where I am sitting, all documents that were taken down got evaluated from the start to
No,
the end.
that's
Okay.
not my question,
Okay.
Mr. Malachi. We're not yet at a point where we're asking you to defend anything. We
Okay.
are not there yet.
Okay.
We're still trying to understand the facts
Okay.
as you recall them, right? I've asked you the simple question. Did I understand the evidence, misunderstand the evidence that the municipality made a decision to cancel this tender because there were allegations and complaints that documents were removed from SCM, supply chain management, and when they were returned, some documents were missing, right? It was cancelled, and then someone went to court, and the court said there's no basis to cancel this tender, it must proceed to evaluation. Do you know or not know that that happened?
I do not know
You don't know that anything like that happened?
exactly.
And you are in supply chain management, and you were the contact person for this tender, according to the documents that we have seen.
Yes, let me correct the word count. I am not in supply chain management.
Yes?
I am the director responsible for the function.
Were you not the contact person for this tender? At least I think from documents that we have seen, you were referred to as the person to whom inquiries should be directed.
I agree, even though I do not have a copy of the document with me, that I might have, I was the contact person,
Yes.
but from the context of any bidder, maybe having questions, clarity-seeking questions before the tender close,
Yes.
right? The reason for my being contact person would be to clarify whatever.
Yeah, let me
bidders-
stop you.
okay.
I'm not asking you to explain
All right.
why you were the contact person.
All right.
You have agreed or confirmed that you were the nominated contact person when the tender went out, right? Your name appeared as the contact person, and that's the evidence we have.
Correct.
Can I finally, so that is done, we agreed on that, you were the contact person. But now let me confirm very clearly. You say you are not aware that this tender went to court because there had been a complaint or an allegation that documents were removed and some documents were missing, and the court ordered that that's not a basis to cancel the tender, it must proceed to evaluation. You say you never became aware of that.
I heard
Okay.
that the tender is in court, but as to reasons why it has been taken to court, I never became aware of those reasons.
Thank you.
What you've just said now is something you said in response to one of my questions earlier. That is, you have no idea as to what the litigation related to. I just want to make this suggestion to you. You were closely involved with the process. Right from the start, literally right from the start. Remember, once a request was made to Mr. Mahlaule to work on the tender specifications, he requested you to assist him. That's the very first stage of the process after a decision has been taken that there should be a tender. So what are the specifications? What exactly do we require? That's the very first step. So you were intimately involved with the process right from the beginning. And that goes further. You then become a member of the bid evaluation committee. You say so yourself in your statement. And that's not the end. As Commissioner Baloyi has just engaged you on, you were the contact person. So all of those indicate how intimately involved you were with the process. Now you do the evaluation, so you are not just a member, you actually get engaged in the evaluation process. And as the BEC or Bid Evaluation Committee, you even prepare a report for the Bid Adjudication Committee. Again, an indication of how closely or how intimately you were involved with the process. Then there's litigation. After it was indicated that the process was being cancelled for the reason that some documents were missing. Of course, you say you are not aware of that issue about documents missing. And then there's litigation. I think it was about 22 or so companies that said, no, this cannot be cancelled. They went to court. And there was then the agreement, and the court made an order in terms of or in accordance with that agreement, which was basically that an award should be made to those 22 or so companies. I find it very, very strange that when you were so intimately, so closely involved with this process right from the start, when there's litigation, of which you say in response to Commissioner Baloyi, you were aware, you do not know what that litigation related to. And we say it actually related to the missing documents. Fine, those who litigated were saying that this cannot be cancelled. But the cancellation itself was as a result of missing documents. That part you just happen not to know. I find that very, very strange. So you are intimately involved from the beginning, throughout the stages, but just before evaluation, and all of a sudden you turn your back and you forget about the whole thing. It simply does not make sense, Mr. Malachi. And I do not even understand why you would want to be defensive on this issue. You did not lose the documents. This is very odd.
Commissioner? Okay. Sorry for...
Yes.
All right. Commissioner, my involvement, as you correctly put it, as the Commissioner correctly put it, right, started when I developed the tender document. I was...
Please don't repeat that process. Okay. Please don't. You are part of the specification process. You are a member of the BEC. You participate in the decision-making of the BEC. You prepare a report for the Bid Evaluation Committee that's sent through to where it should go. And then there's litigation. Please zoom in there because that's where my problem is. I say I find it strange that you, at that stage, suddenly have no idea as to what happened.
From the Bid Evaluation Committee's report, right, my involvement ended there, right? And from there, my understanding, even though I'm not expert in supply chain management, but from there, once the report is submitted to supply chain management, they would do what they do and take the report up to another committee being the BAC, right? This is the committee wherein I do not participate.
I know you don't participate. You are not a member of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
Yes.
But it's basically your tender.
Correct.
The very fact that you are asked right at the start to prepare the bid specification, it's your bid. It's your bid. You cannot tell me that somewhere through the process you completely lose interest and you are aware that there's litigation. You basically don't care what that litigation is about. That's what I find very odd. It's your bid. Don't you want to see where it ends ultimately? It's your bid.
Commissioner, I must mention here that, yes, it is my bid, but at the level of BAC and what happens, right, going up, I would always expect information or, yes, the city or the department, like they appointed me, when there are issues pertaining to this bid for which I was appointed to serve. Now, in this instance, nothing of that sort happened, right? I had it like any member of the public that this bid was being challenged, but from...
You are not any member of the public, Mr. Valachi.
I agree, Commissioner. Excuse me for the word. I just wanted to emphasize that there was no formal engagement and information that this bid has been taken to court. These are the reasons.
It's difficult to accept that because you are the client representative. That's why Deputy Commissioner Mahlaule, I think, he appoints you. So this is a tender for his department, APSS, and he appoints you to be the representative, to be the person that deals with it, but you are the client. It's very difficult to accept that this tender would run into problems. You don't know anything about it. Apart from the fact that you're a member of the BC, you are the client. It runs into problems, you don't know anything about it. It is taken to court, you don't know about it. It takes forever to finalize. And you're the client, you're the one that's responsible for this service. You're the one with a direct interest to get this tender finalized. And it's not getting finalized, and you say, well, I had it like any other member of the public. I'm prepared to accept when you say member of the public, you mean like any other employee of the TMPD or of Tshwane Metro. And it has to be, because you're not a member of the public. But in that capacity as a client, that you don't know because nobody said anything about it, and you don't make inquiries, it's your tender. It's difficult to accept that. Let me speak for myself. I find it very difficult to accept that you remained ignorant of the issues that are delaying your tender when you had a direct interest in this tender being finalized and security companies being appointed. You must have known. You must have asked the questions. Otherwise, something is seriously wrong. If you, as the client representative who has a direct interest in this tender being finalized, you did not ask the basic question. What's happening? Supply chain, what's happening that this tender is not being finalized? There's no way you did not ask that question. I want to put it that high. There's no way you did not ask that question.
Commissioner, let me make the commissioner aware. Within the department, right, there are stages of involvement. This is what is happening practically, even today. Within the department, there are different stages of involvement. At some certain stage, right, I do not get involved, irrespective of whether the issue that they are discussing at top management or EMM of the department, irrespective of whether such an issue is affecting me, right? Therefore, I would expect whoever my superior is brought to terms with the issues that are involving me in my capacity as the employee, to come down and say, Director Malachi, that bit has got the issues. These are the issues. So I'm saying to the commissioner, such a thing never took place. Hence, I agree with the commissioner when the commissioner says it would be very difficult to accept, you understand? And I want to make a point that says, under normal circumstances, but now, when the situation is as it is now, right, it's very difficult. And things are involving you as the director, right? People are taking decisions about those things, and when they're deciding on those things, they don't even have courage to invite you, right? Once they are done, they give instructions, and yours is to make sure that whatever instruction is given, right, you do your best of your ability in order to adhere to that particular instruction. Hence, when it comes to these issues, right, I was never informed.
No, continue.
Okay.
We can multitask.
Thank you. Hence I'm saying when it comes to the court issues, the reasons behind why this tender was litigated, it was never brought to my attention. I had in the corridors, but from the top management who assigned me a duty right from the beginning, to take me in confidence and say, Director, come here. Here there is a problem, right? Such a thing never happened. And mind you, when it happens at that, it doesn't only involve my department, right? At the BEC level, there are legal services, there are CFOs and all of that. So from where I operated or from where I'm operating, it would always be very difficult to go and knock, right, on individual, doors to say, hey, what is the problem with this? What is the problem with that? But once you get formally informed or formally involved, you are able to participate, you are able to get yourself familiarized with issues and play your role in order to make input and have them resolved if they are resolved.
May I just say this, and it's meant as advice, Mr. Malachi.
Thank you.
The very first question I asked you, which was in general terms, related to tenders generally, it was not about a specific tender. It was not about your tender, the tender we're talking about now. My sense was that you immediately got defensive.
Oh, okay.
And I had to explain to you that, Mr. Malachi, please do not be defensive. This is not about your tender. I'm asking about tenders generally. And it was only thereafter that you then gave an answer to my question. And I must say to you that the answer was quite useful.
Thank you.
Now, on the issue that Commissioner Baloyi and I are engaging you on, my distinct sense, and from what Commissioner Baloyi also said, I think that's her sense as well, you are again being defensive. And yet again, you are being defensive on something that, although it relates to impropriety, from where you are sitting, there has been no suggestion, or at least I'm not aware, that the missing documents were as a result of any act of impropriety on your part. Thus far, I'm not aware of such evidence, but you are being defensive. That's my sense. That's Commissioner Baloyi's sense. And even though he has not said anything on the matter, I'm sure that it's also Commissioner Khumalo's sense. Now, here's the advice. Your evidence will flow much more smoothly if you do not get defensive when you do not have to. Your evidence will run much, much more smoothly. I don't know if you, I don't think that calls for any comment on your part, but if you want to comment, you may.
No, thanks, Commissioner, for making me aware that I'm being defensive. I was not aware that I'm...
You are.
Thank you. Director Malachi, very quickly, I'm only seeking clarity, I'm not probing you. My understanding of the documents is that the reason why the city itself took a decision to cancel this TMPD 2016-2017 tender was because there was an allegation that 50 bids went missing. Did you at any stage become aware of the allegation that 50 bids went missing?
Commissioner, I did not know. I did not become aware of that allegation.
And what were the BEC members told was the reason for the cancellation of this tender?
Commissioner, from where I am sitting, I'm not aware of any information that was given to the BEC members about missing documents. I'm not
asking about missing documents. Okay. At some point, you must have become aware that the tender has not been finalized.
Yes.
So what was the reason given to the members of the BEC for the tender not being finalized?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of any session where the BEC members were informed of the tender not being awarded.
And then you specifically, I mean, let's say you are now in 2020. It's a tender that started in 2016. It's now 2023, 4 years later. And you are aware that nobody has been appointed.
Yes.
And you are the contact person. So all the security companies that submit bids, you are the face of this bid. You are the person they call and ask, how far is the process? Am I still in the running? Am I still not? What did you know about the bid or the process not moving forward? I'm talking now about 2020 because BEC has done its function like you said. They have evaluated the bids. Now years go by, there's no appointment. Okay. What did you learn was the reason for the non-appointment of successful bidders?
Commissioner, can I introduce, before I get to the question specifically?
But I don't want a long story because
Okay.
I just want you to make me understand what you knew.
All right.
So I don't want you to tell me about other people. If your answer is going to be, I heard a rumor, this was the rumor, that's fine. But I just want to know what you knew. Let me just stop you. You are a contact person. You are the face of the bid. You sat in the evaluation committee. You prepared a report that went to SCM for SCM to involve BAC. Nothing happens. Did you not inquire what is happening with the bid? How far is the bid? Why has there not been an appointment? Because you are a director of security services. You are the client ultimately.
Commissioner, I hear and I understand, Commissioner. Right? Maybe for me to say, between 2020, it was May 2017 to 2019, right? I was not in that space. They took me out of that space, right? And I must mention that there might have been communication, right, to the effect that the tender is not moving, these are the reasons and the like. But now, since I was taken out of the position for almost 2 years, right, that part I might have missed. I'm not sure, Commissioner.
I think let's leave it there for now.
Thank you.
Let us adjourn, Mrs. Kekana. Let us adjourn and resume at 11:40.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We started a precedent by acknowledging the presence of students from TUT. I've just been informed that there are students from the University of South Africa in the political science department. Welcome. Thank you. Mrs. Kekana?
Thank you, Chair. I think I will go back to the statement, but I just wanted us to just finish one of the issues I wanted to deal with on your question.
Thank you.
Mr. Malachi, earlier on when you were probed, you indicated that you were not a participant in most of, or not most, in some of the decisions at the BEC, am I correct? For example, you said from 2017 to 2019, you were taken out.
Yes, 2017 to 2019, I was taken out of the position, but that was after the BC has completed its work.
That was after the BC?
Yes.
Okay, so you were, your statement at paragraph 19 remains accurate.
Yes, my statement remains accurate. Thank you.
And you take, well, participating in these meetings and resolutions of the BEC entails that you also take ownership of those decisions.
Correct.
All right. We'll come back to it, especially around the missing documents. I just wanted to make sure that I understand you correctly.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think Mrs. Kekana, Mr. Malachi was done with paragraph 9.
Apologies?
I think he was done with paragraph 9.
Yes, yes. I think we're getting into the court order, 10 and then thereafter.
Paragraph 10.
Correct.
Paragraph
I think
10.
he had just indicated that there was a court order and all of this.
Yeah, Mr. Malachi, when I began to engage you, you were starting to read paragraph 10. So if you can just start all over and read paragraph 10.
Thank you, Commissioner. The City of Tshwane was later served with a court order which awarded tender TMPD 2 2016-2017 to 22 security service providers, including Kubis Solutions Pty Ltd. I attached a copy of the court order dated the 22nd of October 2021, marked as Annexure TP3.
Thank you. Could you go to page 8 of your bundle, annexure bundle?
Do you want to go through the court order?
No. I just wanted
sorry.
to identify.
Page, sorry?
Page 8.
8. Yes.
Can I just ask one question in relation to this court order? Apologies, Chair, I just want to probe one question around this court order. My understanding of the court order would have been that there was agreement between the city and, but if, are you aware of the instructions that were given around this court order?
Yes, I am aware of the instructions by the court order. Correct.
Okay. Were you part of the BEC that is
I wonder if you are not talking at cross purposes.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Are you aware, Mr. Malachi, as to what led to the agreement which then became a court order? Are you aware of that?
No, not.
Yes, yes.
I'm indebted, Chair.
I thought you were talking at cross purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if you were not aware of what influenced this agreement,
Yes.
of,
I was not in, I'm not aware of what influenced the
okay,
agreement.
but were you not interested to find out how this happened?
I think my interest was, I confined my interest to the orders that the court had issued to municipality. My interest became there because it was obvious the municipality has to implement the order of the court.
Okay. No, thank you. We'll come back to it in the statement. Can I take it? We'll go to the BEC report, right? What would have appeared also is that since you were part of the BEC,
Yes.
you would have recommended
Yes.
that these 22 entities be appointed for providing security services
Correct.
after your evaluation.
Correct.
I'm asking.
Yes.
It follows.
I do.
No, I didn't get that.
Yes, I participated.
Mr. Malachi agrees.
Yes.
His response is in the affirmative.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Then, is it normal that, obviously, that the court, I just want your understanding,
Okay.
that it would have, the decision should have then gone, the report, the way it goes, it should have gone to the BAC, the report. Did it ever go to the BAC, just for completeness? Because I understand that it didn't. Your report.
I don't know what to say, but I take it that every BEC report, right, once it's adopted and taken to supply chain management, it is supply chain management who takes that report forward, including to present it before the BAC. So I took it that it has served before the BAC, even though I do not have evidence.
Okay. So you assume that it did go to the BAC?
I assume, yes.
Okay. Okay, please proceed with your statement at paragraph 11.
Paragraph 11, as indicated in paragraph 5 above, the properties, assets, and personnel which required protection are from all the departments, including TMPD. The said properties and personnel include clinics, cemeteries, water reservoirs, pump stations, electric substations, storage facilities, markets, regional offices, emergency services, executive mayor, mayoral committee members, and any official whose life is in danger. The list is exhaustive.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Malachi, paragraph 11 does indicate what you are to deal with. That is the properties and whatever else that require protection. So even though you did not read the preceding heading, just above paragraph 11, the intro, which is in paragraph 11, does explain what everything is before the next heading. But I just want to say, for context, you should always read the headings.
My apologies.
No problem, no problem. Please continue, you don't need to go back to the heading.
Thank you. All the municipal departments require security services from asset protection services. There are many departmental security services requested since March 2022. I've been unable to source the security service request from the municipality departments due to my current suspension from employment.
Thank you. Perhaps just while we are there, could you just explain to us and the commissioners perhaps what is your role from a managerial point of view in relation to the city's assets?
I'm going to refer the commissioner to page 6 of my annexed TP1. On page 6, my role as the director responsible for protection services is to ensure that protection of council premises and personnel is executed, to monitor internal guards, to monitor external guards, monitoring of cash-in-transit services, the provisioning of high-level VIP protection of the executive mayor, MMCs, and other dignitaries, the provisioning of a secure and integrated metro police communication system service, identify, evaluate, and make recommendations on possible strategies, solutions, plans, and projects to prevent the asset loss of the city, the provision of CCTV camera operations to prevent crime and related incidents in the COT, the reduction of burglaries, in brackets, break-ins at owned and hired CTM properties, number of inspections on compliance with firearm legislation, implementation of the MIS document, ad hoc duties, and as and when required by the top management. I must inform the commissioner that even though this is the list that constituted my primary functions, but there are some of these functions which I could not execute, or I could not execute due to various reasons, and yes, but mostly until now, I am responsible for the protection of properties of the city, assets, personnel. Some of these functions were taken away from me since 2017, as I mentioned earlier on, that I was taken out of the position for almost a period of 2 years. And when I came back, many of these functions were taken away from me, and they were never returned. They are being performed somewhere.
When you say in that period that some of the functions were taken away, did that include the protection of council properties? Was that also taken away from you?
No. The protection of council
So you have
properties.
remained consistently since your
Yes.
appointment in 2013? You've
Yes.
remained consistently responsible for that function?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the protection of assets, of state assets, is there a system in place or that you have in place to ensure that all assets are protected in terms of monitoring them? Do you have a system in place around that? And in how you allocate responsibilities to your, to people under yourself?
Yes, Commissioner. In terms of the system, we've got a system through which we identified how many council assets and or properties are there that which needs to be protected. And in order to ensure that they are protected, I then made sure that I've got a team within the Asset Protection Services, which team's job is to monitor performance of both private guards and in-house security services, right? During the process of monitoring, they do inspections on those, properties and assets. They make sure that security guards are in place, security measures that are put in place on specific sites are working, and anything that goes wrong on the sites, they report back. And how they report back, they've got inspection reports that they submit. And I think that is basically the system. They also conduct security risk assessment where on as and when required basis. And this is one important tool that we use to inform and guide us when we take decision in terms of which asset is more of value than which one, and then we take those factors into account when we do the actual deployment of guards to ensure safety and security of those properties and assets of the City of Tshwane.
Thank you. And in your time, were they effectively managed?
Yes, Commissioner.
And they reported to you, your team reported to you?
They did, yes, the team reported to me.
And you oversaw the process and you were satisfied over the years?
Yes, Commissioner, I was satisfied with what the team was doing. I must also mention here that in security there is a saying that 100% security is a myth, meaning even if we could have all the sites covered, right, you would always encounter security challenges, break-ins, theft, and so forth and so on. But I must also bring it to the attention of the Commissioner that since 2013 to date, the city has not been able to protect all its assets. It has not been able to protect all its assets. Out of more than 1,000 assets of the city, up until I was suspended in July last year, we were covering almost 545 sites, which means that almost the same amount of assets, right, remained unprotected to date. And the reason, it's always financial capacity, and because with security, you know, you outsource, you need a sufficient budget, and the budget that the city has been making available, all right, has not been able to enable us cover every asset. So we had to prioritize and make sure that those that we think they are of priority are protected around the clock, using private guards. And it's about 3 years, if something of that nature, I'm not sure of the exact date, the city went on and decided to insource security officers. And yes, the number, it's not enough to enable us cover all the sites that the city needs to be covered. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the Council.
Of the 500 and something odd, were they jointly serviced by the internal security and external, or just only external?
We initially, okay, I would say of the 545, right, if my memory serves me well, it is somewhere in my, 545, we are utilizing private security guards to guard them. And there is some that out of 545 that are being guarded by in-house. For example, I would confirm, I was just checking here, it indicates that 547, Commissioner, are guarded by private guards, and 127 are guarded by in-house. So almost the same number, 600 and something, it remains guarded to date.
Thank you. On file 2, could you turn to page 397?
Is it which page, Mrs. Kekana? 397, thank you.
Are you there, Mr. Malachi?
Yes,
This is a report, a handover report that was compiled by Ms. Marota to hand over the APSS to TMPD.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any input into this report?
I would say not formal input. I would say not formal input, but why I'm saying not formal input, I was not invited by my supervisor then. By the way, in the office of the city manager, I was reporting to Mr. Navapile, right?
Mr.
Navapile.
Navapile.
Yes. So I was reporting to Mr. Navapile. So I do not remember us having a meeting in order to compile or make inputs into into the handing over of, but I would accept that this report represents what was the status.
Now, this is the unit that deals with the assets of the city, which you've accepted that you were part of at management level.
Yes.
So they did not consult you when they were moving it and compiling a report.
They did not consult me. They just told me we are going to move. A decision has been taken by the executive with effect from, they gave us the date, the unit would be going back to TMPD, and that was it. The date came, and we were called to TMPD, and yeah, that was it.
Okay. If you turn to page 400 of this report, (4.3) paragraph 2.
Okay.
I think perhaps it supports what you were saying. It indicates that work rendered by security service provider was not monitored as per service level agreement. And it then says the Tshwane I think there's a mistake, Metropolitan Police Department does not monitor the deployment of the security personnel at least twice a month as stipulated in the SLAs. What would be your comment to that? Would this report be accurate in this regard or not?
It will not be accurate. It would not be accurate because security service providers were, and I believe they are continuing to be monitored at this point in time, unless things have changed since I left office to date. But in the run-up to when I was still in office, monitoring teams are on the ground, monitoring 24/7 deployment of security service providers.
So evidence is that while it's untrue and actually you monitor the sites 24/7
Exactly, that's right.
for 545 sites.
Yes, 545 sites. When I say monitor, I want to bring it to the commissioner that in practical terms, it would always not be easy to cover every site on daily or twice daily or thrice, given the shortage of personnel that are there to conduct this specific function. But we've been doing what we could to ensure that basically the monitoring is in place. and it continued to be in place, which makes me believe that it is still in place, because I wouldn't think of any reason why we cannot have the service providers monitored around the clock, even though, yes, I agree, we wouldn't be able to, what you call, at each and every site, given the shortage of personnel.
Thank you.
Maybe before you move on, if you're moving from this, you see, that paragraph, Mr. Malachi, refers to monitoring reports. That paragraph 2, it says the review of the monitoring reports revealed that the TMPD does not monitor the deployment at least twice a month as stipulated by the SLA. So, are you disputing the correctness of this because you've seen the monitoring reports for the relevant period? There are two parts to this paragraph. The one is that monitoring reports say something, and then also that the monitoring doesn't happen twice a month as agreed in the SLA. I'm just trying to understand which part do you disagree with?
Commissioner, I wouldn't with certainty say I dispute what I disagree with what the paragraph is saying, more especially when they are talking twice a month. Hence, as a result of me having said personnel capacity is always the issue, even though the SLA stipulates that monitoring should be done twice a month. Given the size of the number of the sites that we need to monitor, possibilities that yes, somewhere we are not able to reach the target.
So you're not disputing where it says that the monitoring was not happening twice a month as per the SLA agreement. You're not in a position to dispute that. In fact, your explanation is you were short of personnel, so you were not always monitoring. So that part you're not disputing.
I agree.
Okay. Do you know the monitoring reports that are referred to in this paragraph, and is it stuff that you looked at, documents that you would look at? Were they presented to you on a regular basis? Did you look at them? Would you verify for yourself what is contained in those reports?
Yes, I would assume that they are referring to what in the environment we call inspection reports.
Yes.
Right? And which inspection reports are completed on site, they are brought to the office, right? And we go in through them, we check, right? And make sure that indeed this monitoring team is doing its work.
Okay. So but just to be sure, and I just want to correct your answer to Mr. Kekana. You responded to his question that you don't agree with what is contained here, that monitoring wasn't happening. So I just want to clarify that with you, that you accept, and that seems to be in your answer, in fact, that because of capacity constraints,
Yes.
monitoring was not happening the way that the SLAs required it to be done, which is twice a month. You accept that?
I accept.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valerie. In fact, I wanted to probe this point a bit further. And this report actually refers that this was a finding of internal audit, meaning there was an auditing of the sites, the monitoring reports, and the actual inspection reports. But at least now we've accepted that you don't dispute this
Yes.
answer. Now, could you accept that in that, well, perhaps let me start with the question. These assets, if you look at the tender, the 2016-2017 tender,
Yes.
the value of it is 800 million, which according to you, as the client representatives in specific, is quite a substantial amount.
Yes, I think it could even be more, even though I don't have the exact report to back up my statement. But yes, I agree. It could be, it's a substantial amount of money, I agree.
And could you accept the possibility with what you are saying and the acceptance of these findings from internal audit that perhaps there could have been a situation where invoices that were submitted by service providers could not have been verified as a possibility?
I think it could be, yes, I agree.
And how often did you reconcile or double-check the invoices of the service providers on your part? Because actually you were the director.
Normally, we have got schedule for each security service provider. And every time they submit an invoice, right, my team would make sure that this invoice is in respect of all the sites that which were or that which are allocated to the specific service provider before it gets brought to my office to certify that indeed the services were rendered as per the allocation in question and so forth.
Perhaps then I understand your answer then differently to say that with each invoice
Yes.
that is submitted,
Yes.
you sign them off after having made sure that the services were rendered.
Yes, there is a standing instruction to the team that is assigned a duty to receive and administer these invoices to say before each invoice is brought to my attention to certify, right? Go through and make sure that the service provider is invoicing the city for all the what you call the sites that the service provider in question is guarding or deployed to guard.
But surely that answer or your agreement with what is stated in the report and the answer you're providing can't exist at the same time. Meaning you can't agree with an audit finding that says you failed to monitor the service level agreement or service providers, but then at the same time you say you do check the invoices and satisfy yourself that services were rendered.
There are two, in my honest view, there are two sides to the question. When I say I do not dispute what the internal audit has done, right, it's on the basis that there are 545 sites to which we should have come out twice every month. Hence, I said, sometimes it is possible not to come out there as a result of, I mentioned, issue of capacity. But now, coming back to the invoices, right? The invoices, the monitoring of the invoice by the administration team is to ensure that whatever the service provider has claimed on the invoice is actually what has been allocated to that service provider, right? As to whether during the month the monitoring team managed to come out of each and every site so mentioned on the invoice, that would be another issue. And the possibility is, it could be that for the month of March, the monitoring team came out once to a specific site, but the service provider would still submit that invoice for payment. Hence, theirs is to make sure that whatever is submitted for payment is exactly as per the schedule that we have allocated to that specific service provider. Commissioner.
Thank you.
I guess what Mr. Kekana is testing with you is that it's possible, and I want to say probable, that some invoices were paid even though services were not rendered as reflected in that invoice, because you wouldn't know if monitoring doesn't happen as regularly or as agreed, then you depend entirely on the service provider to say in their invoice, we did deploy our people as per the SLA. You depend on them because you have no way of verifying that at the time that you get the invoice, because you didn't, your people didn't, due to capacity constraints, they were unable to go to that site.
I agree.
You must accept that.
I
that
accept,
you
Commissioner.
probably did pay some invoices when they should not have been paid.
Probably, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. By the way, I think that takes care of quite a bit of my questions on this. Just out of interest, this report, when did you ever come across it? When did you first see it?
Human resource related matters. No, I'm coming across it for the first time here.
For the first time? Okay, thank you. Please go back to file 1, which is the continuation of your statement. Just be reminded of what the chair requested, that you read the heading first.
We are on page 4, am I correct?
Correct, paragraph 14 at the top, but start with the heading.
Yes. The heading, whether TMPD previously outsourced guarding services, entities which previously rendered guarding services out of the appointed 2022, that rendered service under TMPD 2 2016-2017. As indicated in paragraph 1 above, TMPD has previously outsourced guarding services. The following entities were previously appointed prior to TMPD 2 2016-2017. Number 1, Hotline Security Services. 2, Mabotwane Security Services. 3, Triotic Protection Services. 4, Marumo Maipe Cleaning. 5, Security and, actually it's Marumo Maipe Security and Cleaning Service and Civil Construction. And then it would be 5 in terms of 6, which is both best trading and projects.
Thank you. Just to spend a bit of 2 questions on this. Do you know were you involved, let's say prior to this tender, in outsourcing or in previous contracts for the provision of security services for the assets?
Prior to TMPD 2, 2016-2017,
Correct.
I was not involved.
You are not involved.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's an entity there that's 14.3,
14.3, triotic, yes.
Triotic Protection Services.
Yes.
Do you know about that entity?
Yes, the entity is one of the entities that appointed by the city in terms of TMPD 2 2016-2017, and it is currently rendering guardian services to the city. I think basically that's what I can say.
Thank you. And for example, at this point in time, when you were at the PEC, because it was evaluated at that time, and your recommendation as the PEC was that it, among others, should have been appointed. Am I correct?
You mean the BEC in respect of TMPD 2 2016-2017?
Correct. The report
Yes,
that
yes,
you
yes.
did was that amongst other entities, the 22 entities, Triotic Protection Services should have been appointed. Or you were recommending it rather, let me use that term.
They were, all the bidders, including Triotic, I think they were recommended for.
They were recommended. I just want to probe a bit on that. Are you aware that that company is linked to Mr. Eugene Mdisa
Yes,
at the time?
at that time I was not aware. I became aware after. I became aware as we went on, as we went along, that it is linked to Mr. Eugene Mdisa. You're right. So.
Thank you. Commissioners, I would have handed an article, a newspaper article, CJC 104. Could you take that? If you turn to page 2 of, this is a news article, just to be correct, this is a news article from News 24 about this tender for Triotic, and at the following page, and it's still part of ongoing controversies, is that it is linked to Mr. Eugene Mdisa. And it is said in the second paragraph of the second page, News 24 has established that Triotic Protection Services, in which Mdisa was the sole director and shareholder until February 2023, has got lucrative security contracts at the ANC Madibeng municipality in the northwest and Lipalale. Correct?
Yes, I heard that. I saw it on the newspaper.
Correct. Yes. So around this time, yes, when you evaluated this tender for the TMPD, not this municipality, Mr. Mdisa would have been the sole shareholder and director of Triotic. And obviously when you evaluate, you would know those things because those are part of the documents that are submitted as to who is the director of that entity.
Since this has happened some years back, I wouldn't with certainty say the documents, more especially CIPC documents that were submitted, right, indicated whether he was the sole director or there was somebody else, right? I wouldn't with certainty say that. But what I know is that he is said to be the director of the company. But back then, I'm not sure as to what is it that the company registration document was saying in terms of directorship, whether there were other people on the directorship or not. It happened some time back.
Obviously, what we see, obviously, with your evidence, is starting to go towards, I don't know, I didn't know, and all of this. Can I accept that then equally, you wouldn't be able to dispute it with certainty?
Yes, I won't be able to dispute it with certainty.
Can I also put this proposition to you, that in terms of your own policy and the SAM regulations, companies linked to people in the service of the state ought not to be appointed?
Maybe before he answers, so that we understand the import of this part of the discussion, considering, and I'm looking at the same article, Mrs. Kekana, considering that Mr. Modise, at the time of the evaluation of this tender, according to this article, in fact, and its award, he wasn't a councillor. And I haven't seen a suggestion that he was an employee of the state at that time, at the time of the award of the tender. Is this a line of questions that should occupy us? I'm looking at your article. If you look at the fourth page, it says, and assuming this article is correct, it says when the Tshwane Council awarded Triotic the contract in February 22, Modise was secretary of the ANC in the Tshwane region, a position he has held since 2018. Now, unless you precede your question with putting to the witness as a fact that at the time of the award, he was a councillor, if he was, or an employee of the state, you have to precede it with that before you say employees are not, employees of the state, are not, people in the service of the state are not allowed to contract. It has to be preceded by establishing the fact that this person was in the service of the state. And if that is the suggestion, I think rather put that to him.
Let me put that as a proposition, and I'll come back to it. If one assumes that, just to follow a caution from Commissioner Baroi, Mr. Modise was in the service of the state. So, in one way, would you agree that, or anyone, for example, who is a director, would you agree that he ought not to, Triotic would not have been appointed?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Is it a fact that Mr. Modise was a councillor in 2022?
Let me come back to that properly on that.
I think that was Commissioner Baloy's difficulty.
Question. Okay.
Because we know that this tender was awarded to the 22 security companies after the court order. And at that time, the question is, was he or was he not a councillor or an employee of the municipality? Because if he was not, then as Commissioner Baloyi suggests, it's questionable whether we should be entertaining this line of questioning, unless it can be put to Director Malachi that he was in fact an employee and therefore he should not have participated in the tender.
Correct. No, I'll withdraw that at this point, Commissioner, and I'll accept that. Can we then go back to your page 15, paragraph 15 of your statement?
The said entities were again appointed under TMPD 2, 2016-2017. They have rendered services since their appointment by the court on the 22nd of October 2021. They are currently rendering the same security guarding services to the municipality.
Okay, proceed.
The next heading, the nature and extent of my involvement in the bid specification in respect of TMPD 2, 2016-2017. As indicated in paragraph 6, 7, and 8 above, I was involved in the bid specification in respect of TMPD 2, 2016-2017. I assisted the department as requested by the then Deputy Chief Rex Mahlaule, and I was later appointed as a member of the BEC. My role as a member of the BEC in respect of TMPD 2, 2016-17, the evaluation process which led to the shortlisting of the 22 entities. Point 17, my role as the BEC member was to ensure compliance to the bid evaluation criteria as stipulated in the tender specification. It was a collective responsibility together with other appointed members. The evaluation process which led to the shortlisting of the 22 bidders was guided by the bid specification documents which were provided to the BEC by the Bid Specification Committee. Our evaluation criteria were based on administration, compulsory documents, and technical functionality. It was a normal evaluation process guided by supply chain management policy. The report was then adopted, handed over to the chairperson of the BEC. We followed the required procedures. I believe that the court would have not awarded the tender to the recommended entities if the required procedures were not followed or complied with.
On that, Mr. Malachi, I just want to say that you and I sitting here have no idea what informed the court order which was granted or made by agreement. We do not know what those who agreed said to the court. So I'm not sure that you are in a position to pronounce on whether the required procedures were followed.
I agree with the Commissioner.
Just one point, for example. What is required is that there should be an adjudication or adjudicative process. You and I know that there wasn't, for example. So we don't know what informed the agreement which resulted in the court order. So I'm not sure that you are in a position to make that statement. Do you agree? Do you agree?
I agree with the Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malachi. That's perhaps the point. Maybe I may ask it differently, Chair. Can I refer you to the second document I handed, which is CJC5? That's the supply chain regulations. Can I request that you go to clause 28(2)? Yes.
It reads as follows. A bid evaluation committee must, as far as possible, be composed of officials from departments requiring the goods or services, and at least one supply chain management practitioner of the municipality or municipal entity.
And would you accept that if any of those requirements are not there, there would be some issue with that, with the composition of the PEC?
I agree.
And just to follow on the question from the chair, which is at paragraph 29, in the ordinary sense, and obviously I can't probe you more on that because of your agreement with the chair, the PEC report paragraph 29 talks about that the PEC report must be considered by the bid adjudication committee. You accept that?
I do.
And you'd accept that there would be some difficulty if the PAC is not involved?
I agree, yes.
Just outside the circumstances, well, I suppose I can't take it further because you are not involved in the decisions leading to the court order. Correct. Now, just before I go to another part, at paragraph 19 of your statement, you don't have to go there, you indicate that I was involved in all the meetings and resolutions of the PEC in respect of the same tender.
Yes.
Does that tally with you, with your knowledge of what you've stated about you not being involved in some of the decisions that were taken?
My understanding of this was meetings, resolutions of the BEC to which I was appointed. The BEC in respect of TMPT 2, 2016-2017. So with that, I'm saying I attended the meetings and I was part of the resolutions that were taken.
Okay, that's fine. Then if you go to page 79 of file 2, page 79 of file 2. This is a report or memorandum that was sent by apparently Tembega Mpofu.
Yes, I can see.
And had you seen this report before?
No.
So
I'm seeing it for the first time, Commissioner.
You're seeing it for the first time?
Yes.
Okay. You'll see that it talks about what transpired in the evaluation of Tender 2, 2016-2017.
Okay.
Correct? And if you go, should I give you a moment to go through it quickly?
Okay.
Commissioner, are you having difficulty? Is it there? I'm saying, is there difficulty with pagination or?
No,
Or you
Not this time.
not this time.
What part of the report did you ask Mr. Malachi to read?
No, I'm just going to ask him to, I was just asking him to familiarize with the report, and then I'm going to take him to specific paragraphs.
Can't you come to this point at a later stage? Perhaps I'm looking, this is what, close to 3 pages long, which may entail Mr. Malachi having to read the whole document.
Chair, let me just take him to the relevant section.
Please.
We can, apologies. Okay, if you go to the second page,
Okay.
there's a discussion and analysis from this report.
Okay.
And it says, SCM, second paragraph, SCM assessed the process followed violations of the tender evaluation stage were noted, thus rendering the bid as non-compliant. And they highlight that there was unauthorized removal of the bid documents from SCM premises to a venue that had not been confirmed as appropriate. But just on a point, I think you differed with the chair that you found the venue that was there to be unsafe, and you shared the same sentiment as the chair of the PEC.
Yes, the BC found the supply chain management premises
Okay.
unsafe to proceed. Hence, the documents were removed.
And was there some integrity assurances about moving the documents or the bids?
And my memory serves me well. Supply chain management was I would say it was involved. I remember whilst discussing the issue, there was a gentleman, I forgot his name, but a senior guy within the supply chain management acquisition department or directorate. And this thing talked, if my memory still serves me well, he even went to an extent of seeing the venue at Primus and gave it a go ahead. That's how far I can remember. But SCM was involved, more especially the management, before the removal of the documentation.
Okay. Then at page 81, it says that there was non-compliance since there was a resignation of an SCM official from the process, from the PEC. And it goes through that. If indeed that is the case, would you then say it would have been, the PEC would have been improperly constituted in line with what we earlier read about paragraph 28(2) of the regulations?
I agree in terms of.
Okay. If you go to the recommendations Or perhaps just the last bullet point, it reads, the committee failed to execute its duties in accordance with the terms and conditions of the PEC appointment letter. Would you accept that if that had been a failure, it would mean that the PEC had some challenges?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Do you see the recommendations that say, in light of the above, it is our view that the bid was not evaluated in accordance with the prescribed SCM policies and procedures? Would you accept that then that would follow?
Yes, okay.
And then the second line says, in a concerted effort to combat the abuse of supply chain management system, SCM recommends that, now this is supply chain management.
Okay.
So they are quite aware that they were not involved, that this bid be cancelled in its entirety. And then it then states what steps should have been taken.
Okay. Can you repeat your statement, sir?
Now I'm saying SCM
Yes.
notes these recommendations, those irregularities, which you've agreed with.
Okay.
And then what they recommend as the ultimate step is that the bid be cancelled.
Okay.
And I think we went to the litigation that Commissioner Babloi was talking about cancellation of this tender. What I would then, with the benefit of hindsight, perhaps, let's forget the court process. Correct. With these irregularities, it would be quite unfortunate that 800 million or so, a tender of that nature, would have been awarded in the light of these irregularities.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Thank you. Check. I think that's, before I move on to the other section, I don't know whether, or should I just continue?
Please continue. We
Thank
still have 9 minutes, and some of these points look quite short, depending on what else you take Mr. Malachi to.
Can I request that he continue reading with his statements? I think we've done the integrity, but I think for the record, it's important that he puts it on from paragraph 20
Of my statement.
of your statement. Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
So just read the heading first, or did you do so already?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The integrity of the bids received handed over to the BEC, whether the bids provided to the BEC were sealed, whether the BEC addressed the unsealed. The integrity of the received bid was not compromised in that the bid received all the bids which tallied with the compiled list. Hence, we proceeded with our functions. The bids are normally received sealed by supply chain management administrative officials. They get unsealed by supply chain administration to inter alia to compile a bid register and general administration compliance before they are handed over to the BEC. As a result, the bids handed to the BEC were not sealed.
Sorry. When you say the bids are normally received sealed by the SCM administration officials, at what stage do they get sealed? I'm asking because the bidders would submit them, and I assume they are not sealed at that stage, or are they sealed at that stage?
No, I'm referring to the fact that some of the bids would be sealed and they would seal differently.
You are not saying some, you say the bids. are normally received sealed by the SCM administration officials.
Yes.
At which point or at what stage would they have been sealed?
I think at the point when they are submitted, when the bid closes, when they submit them.
Each bidder submits a sealed
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
bid.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and when you say normally, that seems to admit of exceptions. What do you mean normally?
Normally, I mean to say, under normal circumstances, I judge.
Exactly my point. You can't answer me by using the same term that I'm questioning. So what do you mean normally?
Normally mean it's an acceptable norm, right? Bids are submitted sealed, but
They may sometimes be submitted unsealed.
yes, it's true. I agree.
All right, thank you. I think you were to start with the next heading, circumstances.
Circumstances around the missing bids and or documents and removal of the bids from supply chain management premises, which were noted by BEC, and the impact of all of this on the procurement process. I am not aware of any missing bids documents regarding the removal of the bids from supply chain management premises. The BEC took bids from supply chain management premises to Tshwane Leadership Academy, Bremos. Movement of the bids was necessitated by security issues observed by the BEC. For instance, movement of SCM officials in and out of the storage was not controlled. Cameras in the building were not working, and the supply chain management officials had unlimited access to the storage facility. I'm referring to the BEC, made a request to move from the supply chain management building, which was approved by the chairperson of the BEC, and the removal of this bid did not have any negative impact on the work of the BEC. Whether I delegated...
Apologies, Mr. Malachi. I just have a few questions on this subject. Now, in terms of did you share the sentiments of the chair around the premises being unsecure?
You mean the chairperson of the
Yes.
BEC? Yes, the chairperson of the BEC. Actually, he is the one, right, who was saying, since there are these security issues that I am also observing, right? It would be in the interest of doing quality work by considering to move. But now, he then took it up with supply chain management officials, right, to entertain the issue of where the BEC could be moved and so forth and so on. Hence, at the end of the day, decision was taken to move the function to Primos, and it was moved there, and from there we went on with our work.
Thank you. And did the chairperson have the authority to do that?
I am not sure. I'm not sure, Commissioner.
I say this because in the report that we went through earlier on in file 2, it is the very flag that SCM raised that the documents or the bids were moved without authorization and communication from the head of SCM.
Hence, I'm saying I am not sure if he had the what you call the authority to do that, but what I'm aware of, right, he interacted with one senior official within the supply chain management before the actual movement was effected.
Okay. No, that's fine. I think I can take it further than that. If maybe just on the, before we part, we break for lunch, if the BEC had no authority, as the report suggests, right? And let's forget the court order to remove the bids. Do you accept the following possibilities that the integrity of the bids could have been compromised?
I accept.
Thank you. I think, Chair, then the next paragraph we deal with the powers, the ad hoc powers to Mr. Phiri, which is a new topic, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Or is the next one not the one that says whether I delegated powers?
Correct.
Sorry. All right. Just above paragraph 24.
Yes.
All right. Let's deal with it when we resume after lunch. Let's adjourn until 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kekana.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Malachi, are you comfortable? Thank you. When we adjourned for lunch, we were going to the delegation, paragraph 24 of your statement. Can you turn to that page? It's page 6 of your statement.
I'm on that.
Correct? Can you then read that?
Whether I delegated powers of allocation to anyone, in particular Mr. A.L. Phiri, in respect of sites to be guarded by service providers rendering services to TMPD 2. 26.
Sorry, can you just speak up? I'm getting to hear you.
Thank you. Whether I delegated powers of allocation to anyone, in particular Mr. A.L. Phiri, in respect of sites to be guarded by the service providers rendering services under TMPD 2 2016-2017.
Thank you. Initially, I think we agreed that for this tender, one of the companies that had been, just to use the word, appointed was Gubis Security Solutions. What my concern, or what I need to probe with you, is work that was allocated to them on or about January, or during January 2025. Yes. Can you turn to file 2, page 283? Are you there?
I am the Commissioner.
Thanks. So you'll see there that that is a notification of deployment or for deployment that is addressed to the directors of Kubis 85 Security Solutions. See that?
I can see it.
And you see that this was signed for by Mr. A.L. Piri,
Yes, I can see that.
who is an inspector for Assets Protection Services
Correct.
at the
Commissioner.
time.
Yes.
And then these are up from page 283, just to avoid any just being tedious. These are same other notices of deployment that were signed by him. I think there's just two that were not signed by him. I'll just get back to those. But what I want to probe is just remind us, where does Mr. Piri fit in the command and in relation to you within TMPD?
Thanks, Commissioner. Mr. L.A. Piri is an inspector within the Asset Protection Services. He is working directly under command and control of Dr. Elvis Madihlaba, Dr. Elvis Madihlaba. He reports and he accounts to Dr. Elvis Madihlaba. Dr. Elvis Madihlaba, in terms of the structure, he reports to Reginald Mahlangu, even though he is assigned a duty to be responsible for Asset Protection Services operations.
Thank you. If you may go to page 300. This is another notification for redeployment. So the others are notification for deployment, but I don't know why this one is redeployment. But what we see there is, again, it's directed to Kubis, and then Dr. Madihlaba is the one citing. Is it the same Madihlaba you are referring to?
Correct, Commissioner?
Okay. Now, I want to just check something with you, or probe something with you. In terms of the powers or the responsibilities that Mr. Piri has, is he empowered to allocate or deploy services or allocate sites?
He is not, Commissioner, empowered to allocate sites.
Okay. And we've had evidence from other persons like Commissioner Faro, Deputy Commissioner Spies and Polis that indeed he was not so authorized.
Yes.
You confirm that. Okay, I don't need to go there. Now, were you aware of these deployments?
I was not aware of this deployment, but at the time when it happened, I must inform the Commissioner that I became aware of deployments involving Kubis late in 2024, around December. When I received a call from Kobis, and the call was about them complaining that they have been rendering ad hoc services. It's almost 7 months. They have not been paid. And I asked the caller as to which ad hoc services are you talking about? How did it happen that you are involved in ad hoc services, right? And you do not get paid, yet from where I am sitting, every service provider who is involved in ad hoc services, which were processed procedurally and formally, right, is not complaining about payments because the the ad hoc services are paid from the department that has requested those services. And his explanation was that, yes, when they instructed us to deploy on the sites, they informed us that they are going to pay for the services. And I posed a second question to the caller. Then why did you not make my office aware, right, of this deployments? He said, no, we took it light because the Department of Water and Sanitation sent us letters to deploy, and they said they are going to pay for those services, right? And during that discussion, there was no mention. I was not aware of the sites in question, the number in question, but I was made aware that those sites are many. And you are saying, we have now taken the matter up with the office of the CFO in order to try and get this issue resolved, right? And I said to him, look, from where I am sitting, you are aware that these ad hoc services were not what you call, they were not given to you procedurally. And you are making, of course, my life very difficult to introduce me at the end when there are problems. But nevertheless, since I'm responsible for the function, right, I am going to inquire about this ad hoc services. I'm going to establish how it came about, who instructed you guys to deploy, and so forth and so on. So when time goes on, indeed.
Apologies. When is this call? You said in December 2024.
It was in December 2024, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thereafter, from January, February, March, there were interactions between my office and Kubis, including the Department of Water and Sanitation, around these ad hoc services. And it was during those interactions that, yes, it was said by Water and Sanitation Department officials that no, we were we were going to pay for these ad hoc services, but something happened, the budget is not allowing. Then the question was, but guys, you know there is communication citywide, which communication says when there is a request for ad hoc services to be deployed, such a request should be directed to my office so that I can make sure due diligence is done. And for the purpose of the commission, due diligence, I meant the requesting department would send me an email, for example, requesting ad hoc services. I would acknowledge receipt of this email and go back to them to say, colleagues, from which vote number are you going to pay this? They would then come back to me, provide me with the vote number, GL account number, from which they will be paying for the services. And thereafter, I would then instruct the office of Dr. Madlanga, right, to go and conduct security risk assessment on the site and or sites to which security, ad hoc security services are required. They would go, they would come back, then I would then say, we need to allocate the company that is going to be able to execute and or perform these functions, and we take it from there. So once we have agreed, we then get the quotation from the company in question, and we send it to the requesting department for them to approve. When they have approved, then we deploy. Once we have deployed, it becomes now the responsibility of my office through operational management team under Dr. Madlanga to ensure that they are treating those sites like any other site whereon we have deployed security officers. Unfortunately, Commissioner, in this case, this procedure was not followed. Hence, my statement to say, I knew after a very long time, and part of the communication with them was sent me through details of these invoices and all of that, just for me to be able to know which sites, how many guards were involved and all of that, because since from the beginning I was not either by either by the department concerned or my colleagues. And they shared that information with me, and yes, along the way, discussion about these outstanding invoices, right, was between my office and them, and I became aware that at the executive management, there were discussions, there were meetings, there were emails exchanged, systems, but at that level, I never participated, I was never informed of come on board. Normally, it's my superiors who sit in there. Then they would come back, like they did in respect of these invoices, to say, explain to us how it came about that these ad hoc services were allocated. And in my explanation, I set exactly what I'm telling the commissioner. It was in black and white to my superiors. It started initially with Deputy Chief of Police Commissioner Polais, and after Commissioner Spies was appointed, he also requested me for an explanation. The same explanation that I'm giving to the commissioner, I gave it to him. And as I was morning, I would receive emails as part of people who assisted on those emails. Hence, I could see that there was discussion, high-level discussion about this outstanding invoices. There were proposals and or options suggested at that level where I was not invited to make any input. Such emails, unfortunately, due to the fact that I'm not having access to my office, I cannot avail to the commissioner now, but I made a commitment I can avail them as part of my evidence to the commissioner afterwards. Thank you.
Director Malachi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Do you
Commissioner.
remember what the question was? Do you remember what the question was that Advocate Kekana asked you?
I thought, okay,
I'm trying to understand what you are answering.
okay.
Because at one point you spoke about ad hoc services that were procured by other departments. And when invoices came, there was a phone call to you and you knew nothing about that, which is fine. But then halfway through your answer, you were dealing with allocations that were done through your department. And your answer got confusing because we got lost there. So let me ask you this question. Who is authorized in your department to issue the type of letter that you see on page 283? So the notification of deployment letter, who in your department is authorized to issue it?
Primarily, it's myself,
Yes.
right? It's myself who's authorized, or I can, with instruction, right, allow Dr. Malihlaba or Piri or any other to say allocate the what?
Now, in January and February 2025, did you issue such an instruction to either Piri or Malihlaba?
I did not, Commissioner.
So when did you first become aware that this allocation letters were given to Gubis 85?
To be quite honest, I don't have the exact date, but it's now recently.
No, it can be now recently because in March 2025, you knew that these letters had been issued
Okay, thanks.
to Gubis.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Don't thank me. It means you're not answering truthfully. You just said you only learned recently.
Yeah.
When I corrected you, then you thank me.
Okay.
I want you to concede that on the 12th of March,
Yes.
2025, you knew that sites had been added
Yes.
for ad hoc services.
Yes, I know. I knew.
Yes. And I don't want to go further ahead because I know Advocate Kekana is still coming to that part.
Okay.
I will ask my questions when we get there. But focus on the question that is being asked so that your evidence is structured.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mara. Commissioner Kumal. I think we at least we've gotten through the point where we are certain that these notices for deployment, you didn't issue any instruction to either of the individuals. But there are two preceding points that I would like us to go through. One is, how does this ad hoc work? We are getting very sort of not so clear answers about how does it work practically. When does the need arise for ad hoc services outside the normal services? And in relation, my worry is in relation to sites that are already subject to SLAs, how do ad hoc services come in? Can you just explain to me? And obviously this is part of your responsibilities as a manager and as a director for those services.
Ad hoc services arise the moment the department realizes that there is a need for security at either of their sides. And they would...
Sorry, which department? Any department within the city?
Any department.
Just give us details properly,
Okay.
yeah.
Any department within the city, the moment it realizes that they need security outside the ones that they are having, right, it becomes ad hoc security services. And they would send a request, or they should send a request to TMPD, my office, right, for those services. And once those services, those requests are received, my office would kickstart the process of making sure that due diligence is done before the actual deployment is effected. So due diligence, Commissioner, would include it would include my office acknowledging receipt. I would instruct the operational team to do the security risk assessment. And once they are done with that, I would identify, right, a need for a GL account from the department to commit that they will be responsible for the payment of that ad hoc security services that they are requesting. And I would go back to them to say, kindly provide GL account from which these services would be paid for the period that you are requesting. They would do that. And also the issue of, we will then get the quotations and get them to sign, approve those quotations. Once this process is done and we deploy, I instruct deployment of the companies so identified and approved by the department. I must make a mention that ad hoc services is the responsibility, payment thereof is the responsibility of the department that is requesting ad hoc services.
Thank you. And where you would...
Mr. Malachi, I'm noticing that your afternoon answers are very long. Can you please try to shorten them?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kekana.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to move as well. So you say that in relation to these ad hoc services, well, there was a call with Kubis and yourself,
Yes.
and they were complaining that they had rendered services,
Correct.
ad hoc services,
Correct, Commissioner.
and out of interest, was it they were contacting you, your office, out of escalation, or you know them?
I know them like, I know them, they're part of the contractor security service, and yes, I know them.
And who in particular were you in a discussion with on this from Kubis?
There is one, Mr. Kelvin Mahlangu, I think he's the director of Kubis Security Solutions.
Okay. And when there were complaints around that, did they submit invoices to you or timesheets of the work that they did? Or did you ask for a report?
I asked for the report
From whom?
from them through him to say, in order for me to be familiar with this, I would need evidence, facts pertaining to the deployment sheets, the sites, and who requested you guys to deploy on those sites and the like. The entire information was submitted to my office.
And did you request internal reporting? That is from your officials now?
To be quite honest, no, Commissioner.
So did you then, how did you ensure that what the information they gave you was accurate?
My focus at the time was to confirm the accuracy of that information. What I did was to check with the department, right? Since they were saying already they are they are complaining to the CFO's office about this. And the department officials confirmed that indeed these allocations were done. That's what I did, yeah.
So I must take it that you did double check and were satisfied that these services were indeed done.
I was confirming, I confirmed the knowledge by the department, right, in terms of deployment, request and to deploy and whatever. That was done by myself. And as to whether the services were done, yes, there was a meeting in which I wanted the company to check, to confirm as to whether they did render the services. And yes, they confirmed that internally they had their guys monitoring to ensure that those sites are manned. And at some point they were even confirming with me that from asset protection services, they were monitoring exercises done on those sites. They produced evidence to that effect.
Okay, so just so that I understand, did you then speak with your team, or you spoke with the department that was requiring services to check whether the services were rendered?
I spoke with my team. We were meeting regularly about this, and they were confirming that indeed, yes, these services are in place, and they were saying to me they are monitoring, right, the deployment of this, the guards on those specified sites. That's what I've done with my team.
Do you recall earlier on you said you didn't get a report from your team?
No, I meant, Commissioner, yes, I recall I said I didn't get a report from my team, right? I meant prior to me knowing about this deployment, my team members did not talk about it.
Okay, so you were satisfied that these deployments were done?
I was satisfied because both the department and my team members confirmed that indeed these guys were deployed. Yes, I was satisfied.
Just to round up on just on this point, would you be able to get confirmation or evidence of that or a report from your team and emails?
I should be able to get it. I should be able to get it.
Okay, please note it as part of what needs to be done. Then, if we're still at page 283, are you there?
I am.
Thank you. Now, I've been going through these, but what's peculiar to me is how does these deployment work? These ones are signed or issued on 14 January 2025.
Okay.
You see that? So the one that you were having a discussion with Gobes, which ones were those?
I'm not in a position to specify. They were the whole lot of it, a lot of them. They were the whole lot of them. So I am unable to say to the Commissioner whether this was part of them, and also I looked at it from an overview point of view.
And obviously, with these notices for deployment, I would presume they work forward, not backwards, as an instruction. So meaning using the process you're detailing, you would get an email from a department that they need a service,
Yes.
and then later on, you then issue an instruction for deployment.
Yes.
Now, would you accept that these ones, on the face of them, it would not have been the ones that you were talking about? Because that one, you were talking about other ad hoc services prior to 14 January 2025.
I agree.
But let's just get this clear. The ones you were discussing with Gobis in 2024, was there a notification for deployment in any of those which was issued by an employee of your department?
Not that I was aware of at that point in time.
So the notifications that you saw or you obtained from Gobis when you were doing your investigation, who had signed them? The deployment letters.
Part of the evidence that Gubis presented to me included correspondence, email correspondence between the department officials and Gubis themselves. That was part of the evidence.
So then why did Gubis come to you to complain about non-payment? If they were deployed by a customer department and the notification of deployment was issued by a customer department, why was Gubis coming to your department to complain about payment?
I wouldn't know, Commissioner, but I think they realized that whatever they were promised would happen was not happening. And as they knew the procedure, right, they thought Director Malachi would be able to help us get paid.
Because it seems to me that the only reason Gubis would come to you is because they were armed with letters from your department that deployed them.
Okay.
Because if the letters had been issued by a customer department within the City of Tshwane, then they would have gone to the people who issued the letters to say, pay our invoices. There would have been no reason for Gubis to come to you or your department to complain about non-payment if you did not deploy them.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
Yeah, but if you agree with me, then your answer does not make sense. Why did Gubis come to you to complain about non-payment? And why did you proceed to investigate those allocations if they were not authorized by your department? Because all you needed to say was, my department did not allocate ad hoc sites to you. Go to the person who allocated ad hoc sites to you.
Commissioner, in the process of us discussing this thing, right, it was my office with Gubis, it was my office with the department that allocated ad hoc services to Gubis, right? And I think they came to me. The reason for them coming to me is because they were not winning with the department. As it was said, the department promised to pay for those services. And at the same time, they were not getting what they hoped to get in the office of the CFO, right? They were like, Director Malachi, what do we do? Hence, I was on record to say to them, guys, you ignored the process, and you chose to do what you did. And now, afterwards, you are coming to me, right? So, I believe that part of the reason would be they believed, no, Director Malachi will help because they got these deployment letters in their possession, you see? Something that I was not aware at that point in time, that they've got this deployment letter signed by officials from my office.
The new deployment letters.
Come again?
When you say they came to you because they were armed with these deployment letters from your office, you are now talking about the 2025 deployment letters.
I'm talking about deployment letters pertaining to the outstandings that we spoke about in December, right? And yes, I would also, in the same breath, right, talk to the one that it's attached here as evidence of January 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Skakali.
Can I just follow up on that? With the December one, You say it's the Department of Water and Sanitation that had said to them they should deploy additional security.
Yes, I'm saying that.
You agree? That's a December one. It's Department of Water and Sanitation
Yes,
and your department.
yes.
So it's in fact your department. The Water and Sanitation Department identified the need, maybe spoke to Gubis, but your department did the deployment letter.
Yes, they signed the
So
deployment letter.
it's your department. It's not Water and Sanitation that appointed them. It is in fact your department because your department issued the deployment letter.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so your department was responsible to ensure, having issued the deployment letter, your department was responsible to ensure that they get payment, right?
Yes,
The way that you're explaining how it works.
okay, yes.
Okay. Is there anything that was done wrong in that deployment, the December? We're talking about the December one, where your department issued a letter. Was there anything wrong done with that deployment?
Commissioner, the December issue was, as I indicated earlier on, I received this call in December, and they were saying they are owed. It's almost 7 to 8 months, right? And I am saying yes, with regard to those invoices, which will also include the January invoices, right?
No, if you got a call in December, it doesn't include the January
Okay, it's
invoices.
fine.
So
I hear you.
let's stick to 2024 for now.
Okay,
You get a call in December, and it's about non-payment
yes,
for the past 8 months, you say.
Yes.
And you say the department that requested that service was Water and Sanitation,
yes, Commissioner.
and that's ad hoc services,
Yes, Commissioner.
okay? And your department issued the deployment letter
Yes,
for those months.
yes, in terms of that.
Yes, so my question is, with all of that, is there anything that was done wrong by your department when it issued the deployment letter?
Yes, because due process was not followed,
Which is what?
Which
What
is-
the due process?
to ensure that when there is a request for ad hoc services, we do security risk assessment, we confirm with the department requesting the services that they are going to pay for the services so requested. We go further to confirm with the department the vote number, right?
Okay.
The vote number from which they would be paid, so that once the deployment is done, we don't have a situation where after the fact we are asking ourselves who's going to pay. By the way, ad hocs would not be, under normal circumstances, would not be paid from normal annual operational budget of my department.
So you say all of that was not done. You found those processes were not followed. As the director of the department, did you do anything about the fact that processes were not followed, or you just facilitated payment to be made and that was the end of the matter?
What I did was to interact and liaise with a view to determine all of these things is fine. But in terms of maybe taking disciplinary action against my officials, that I did not do at the time And I take responsibility for not having done that.
Why? Why did you not do it?
No, I think, Commissioner, time was not just allowing for me to, immediately after I became aware, right? Even my seniors, right, were aware because this thing was already at the office of the CFO, right? And at that level, interaction was happening between my office, office of the CFO and office of the Chief of Police. At the same time, the office of the Chief of Police was investigating this thing. Hence, an instruction came to me by Deputy Chief Commissioner Paul Hayes to say there is this issue of ad hoc services. Kindly explain why these things had happened unapproved, and then which sides were involved and all of that. So it took me time trying to get the information together. This could have affected my thinking to contemplate. We're focused on this because there was too much noise. And so I'm saying for my office not to take responsibility against these implicated officials, I personally take responsibility.
Yeah.
It was not right.
I'm not at this point asking you to take responsibility for it. I'm asking you, why did you not hold the person responsible? I mean, if this was done effectively and lawfully, according to you, because it doesn't comply, or irregularly at the very least, irregular because it doesn't comply with the ways of doing things, you find out in December, you're suspended in July, I think you said to us.
Yes.
So you had a good 7 months to take disciplinary action against a subordinate, and you did not. And in January, we now have Mr. Malachi, Mr. Piri signing further documents, maybe because no action is ever taken. Maybe precisely because you don't do anything when you become aware in 2024 about the 2024 ones. You don't do anything about it. It sends a message to Mr. Piri and others that this is okay to do. You can do this and get away with it. And so there's more to it than I take responsibility for doing nothing. It is perhaps you abetted, consciously or unconsciously, you abetted this kind of conduct where things like this are done, money is paid, and there's absolutely no consequence for it. And then a Piri does this in January and February. You still don't act about it if you ever become aware of it, but maybe that's why he does it in January. It's because you've signaled as head that there will be no consequence to this kind of thing.
Commissioner, at a point when this issue was raised, my focus was on getting to understand. I got to understand, whilst understanding, there were requests from above to say instructions, please give us explanation. And I did give explanation. And yes, I do not want to say to the commissioner, it was right for me not to take steps, right? And further, I think it was wrong of my colleague to continue doing something that by January, for example, they were aware that what has happened the previous year was wrong, and they continued doing it.
What was it? Let me ask maybe one last question. For those previous months where you say things were not done properly, who in your department gave those deployment letters? Was it Mr. Piri again?
Yes, I understand it's Mr.
So
Piri.
even for the 2024 ones, it was Mr. Piri?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just one thing from me. When you finished the investigation in relation to the December ad hoc allocations, and you formed a view that those allocations were irregular, why did you not stop them then? Why did you allow them to continue? Why did you not instruct that all ad hoc allocations stop pending the finalization of an investigation?
It came to my realization, Commissioner, that though this was irregular, there were already discussions at the top, which involved executive members, right? And it was not easy for me, right, knowing that even my superiors are aware of this. I remember in one email, I even suggested to my superior that maybe we should come together, have a discussion around this thing.
Continue.
Okay. I even suggested to my superior that in response to his request for the background, right, maybe we should come to a table to have a discussion around this anomaly. But nevertheless, at the end of the day, I did what he was requesting me to do, being to provide them with information.
Yes.
But now the question is, why did I not stop?
Yes, that's the question. Why did you not stop it? Because you could have, you are the head of this department. Why did you not stop? You become aware in 2024
Yes.
that ad hoc deployments are being done irregularly. And they are costing the city of Tshwane millions of rands, millions. And you do nothing about it. You don't stop them, you allow them to continue. And my question is, why did you not stop them? And it can be an answer to say there were discussions about non-payment of invoices. There should not have been invoices to begin with because those allocations were done irregularly.
Commissioner, from the explanation, actually, let me not say that. I did not, as I did not, right? I found it not difficult per se, but I would say my mind and any other one's mind, including my colleagues at the top, right? That discussion was that discussion was not at the fore at that point in time, right? Hence, it came at a later stage that this should be cancelled and you see, so it was.
Director Malachi, you're not answering the question. Why did you not stop it? You don't have an answer. You don't know why you did not stop it. I want to move on to the 12th of March when you were given an instruction, page 241 of that bundle. Page 241 of file 2. Are you there?
I am there.
So if you start at 244, you will see that the chief of the police becomes aware
Yes.
that their ad hoc services, they are not approved, and then gives an instruction. So on 243, there's an email of 12 March 2025 at 16:04. Do you see that in the middle of the page? 243,
243.
the email of 16:04 on 12 March 2025. Commissioner Spies has now been given an instruction, and he says who approves and mandates ad hoc security services, who decides to give this instruction, who decided to give instruction for this, and how is this process managed? And then it continues to the next page. Ball Hayes is asked who approved, but the instruction to you is on page 241, top of the page. This is addressed only to you. And you are now given a clear instruction that you must stop deployment of all ad hoc guards with effect from tomorrow morning. In other words, with effect from the 13th of March 2025. But you did not do that. You didn't comply with this instruction. Why?
It was not possible, Commissioner, to stop deployments of all ad hoc guards. I'm saying it was not possible because it is not all ad hoc security services, right, that were not, that were having problems with payment. Other ad hoc security services allocated to other departments, right, they did not have a problem. Now, I had a problem with the instruction being, what you call, cancel them all. I had a problem with that.
So you refused to comply with this instruction?
No, I did not.
Did you comply with it?
No, I did not cancel them all. I did not comply.
Did you cancel any? Even the irregular ones? Did you cancel the irregular ones?
There were ad hoc services.
Director Malachi, did you cancel ad hoc deployments that were irregular after this instruction was given to you?
I requested Commissioner Spies to put it in writing.
This is in writing.
Yes.
This is in writing to you.
fine.
It's an instruction to you. You are the head of this department. Did you already knew in December
Yes.
that some of the ad hoc deployments were irregular?
Yes.
When I asked you earlier, why did you not cancel them? You said there were discussions with your superiors.
Yes.
And that was your excuse.
Yes.
Now, 2-3 months later, your superiors are giving you a direct instruction to cancel these deployments. And you did not do so because you say you had a problem with it. In other words, you were happy for the City of Tshwane to continue incurring irregular expenditure.
It is not correct, Commissioner. I was not happy. I am not happy. This irregular ad hoc services, right? The Commissioner must appreciate that. They were initiated by Water and Sanitation.
But they don't have authority. You've just said only you can do that. The
I
proper
agree.
process is that you must do that.
I agree.
Now, your superior, the Deputy Chief of Police, on the instructions of the Chief of Police, instructs you to cancel all ad hoc guards with effect from tomorrow morning. You say, I'm not going to do that because I have a problem with the instruction.
No, not necessarily. Commissioner, I'm being honest. I've not said I will not do that. I remember
So let me cut you short. Which one did you cancel? Which deployment did you cancel after this instruction?
there was no There was no one that I cancelled. But from Commissioner
No,
Space.
I didn't ask for
Okay.
buts. I asked you, which did you cancel? And you say you did not cancel any deployment.
Correct.
So you did not comply with this instruction in its entirety.
Yes, because this instruction, in my view, right, was inclusive of those that did not have a problem, right? I'm aware that the commissioner is saying, what about this that were allocated irregularly, right? I think there I had an oversight, but
No, but why is it an oversight if there's a clear instruction? An oversight is something that you overlook. Here, it's a direct instruction to you from your superior, and you disobeyed that instruction. And the city continued. I mean, these invoices, it was 14 million every month that the city continued to incur. I'm only talking about Gobies. I'm not even referring to other ones. You knew that they were not regularly given, and your superiors say to you, cancel them tomorrow. When you were suspended 4 months later, you still had not cancelled any of them.
I agree because, Commissioner, bear with me. When these ad hoc services were dished out, right? They were dished out by Water and Sanitation Department with the understanding between them and the service provider that they would pay from them. So, though my explanation will not hold water, right? The bottom line is, maybe if the Commission gives me an opportunity to go and check in my record the response that I gave to Commissioner Space. It is not true that I blatantly refused to carry out his instruction, right? But it is true that as we went along, what transpired is that he ended up identifying COBIS, Triotic, Mogalagali Security Services, and those ad hoc services were terminated. I am the one who called them into a meeting. Actually, I'm the one who drafted a letter for him to sign, and I called them into a meeting, right? I handed those letters of cancellation over to the three companies.
And that was what, 4 months later?
It was around, yes, it could be around more.
Let me help you go to 246.
246.
And that was on the 24th of June, 2025.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I can. I see.
Yes. And yet you say at the time that you did not immediately comply with the instruction, which was for you to terminate the ad hoc services, the very following day being the 13th of March, 2025. I'm looking at page 241, the email from Deputy Chief Space. You say your only problem at that stage was that the instruction was inclusive of ad hoc assignments or allocations in respect of which there were no problems. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, Commissioner.
So you must have been aware as early as at the time you knew that the instruction was inclusive of these other allocations as to which ones those were. Or it should, at the very least, have been a matter of relative ease for you to identify which ones did not have any problems. Not so?
It's so, Commissioner.
And so why would it have taken you from 12 March 2025 to 24 June 2025 before you could comply with the instruction?
Commissioner, I still maintain that I exchanged communication with Commissioner Ribospis from this date in the run-up to when the cancellation was effected. So
Remember you agreed when Commissioner Khumalo was engaging you that this issue was something that you were engaging in with others as early as December of the previous year. You remember you said so in response to a question by Commissioner Khumalo.
I do, Commissioner.
Now, surely, if your view was that there were no problems at all with some of these entities, as early as December of the previous year, you should have been beginning to see which ones have no problems at all and which ones do have problems, as early as December of the previous year. Maybe even that is kind to you.
Commissioner,
Not so.
it's so, Commissioner.
It is so.
Yes.
So now eventually, in March, 12th of March 2025, you get a direct categorical instructions, terminate these with effect from tomorrow, which was the 13th of March 2025. Why did you not do that in respect of those companies that you saw no problems, or rather, in respect of those companies that certainly had problems, or in respect of which there were issues? Why did you not do it on the 13th of March 2025?
Commissioner, I'm aware that there were discussions around payment of these companies, okay?
No, Mr. Malachi. The issue could not have been around payment. The issue was around the propriety of the allocations. It was not about payments. The issue with regard to the instruction, terminate this, it was not really about payments.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
So why do you bring in the question of payments?
No, I was trying to make the Commissioner aware that maybe the reason why I could not comply with the instruction at that point in time, it was as a result of communications that I was monitoring, communications.
What communications?
There were email communications involving my supervisor, Commissioner Spies, and others. But now, I might have made a mistake.
The content of which, or rather, what was the content of those communications? What were the communications about?
The communications were about paying for these services, right? And participants were suggesting.
But could you not have terminated the service and sorted out the question of payment later? Why must the services continue piling up the need for more payments. That doesn't make sense to me. Why not terminate immediately and sort out payment where payment was indeed due? Sort that out later.
I think, Commissioner, like I said, that could have been, actually has been an oversight on my part.
A serious oversight, a serious oversight. Do you agree?
I agree.
Commissioner.
Add to that, it's actually it's more serious than an oversight, because we know that in January and February, when PIRI issues these deployment letters, which you have already admitted he didn't have that kind of authority and he didn't get that authority delegation from you, you never delegated him to do that. We know that in January and February, he caused an expense of 14 million rand. Just goobies. I think it's just goobies, the 14 million, or 12 goobies. It's 2 million rand, which is not, in the circumstances, is not a big difference. But he cost that much when in December already, you were in a position to give him instruction not to issue any deployment letters further. You were in a position in December to give a directive to the departments that all requests must come through you or you must be copied. You were in a position to do that. And you did not. You failed to do that. And I want to put this to you, that in fact, you were the effective cause of that 14 million rand expense of January and February, because you chose not to stop PIRI, not to instruct him to stop any further letters of deployment for ad hoc services. You chose not to tell departments to direct their requests to you. You chose not to tell the service providers that all instructions must come through you, or they must confirm with you that it is approved. All of that as head of department was within your power, and just you alone. You had that power to do all of that. You failed. As a result, the municipality, because of PIRI, incurred a 14 million rand expense. And I don't think you should calmly sit there and say it's an oversight. I think you should take full responsibility for that expense, because it was well within your powers to avoid it, and you dismally failed, either because you chose to look the other way and not stop it when you knew you had the power to stop it, or you were grossly negligent not to stop it. It's not oversight. I don't know if you want to comment, but the sum of what I'm saying is you are responsible for that irregular expenditure of 14 million rand.
Commissioner, I think given the way things have transpired, at the end, yes, but I want the Commissioner not to lose sight of the fact that there is a department that which irregularly from the beginning, right, ignored the instruction, right, the instruction that the city has issued to all group heads in the City of Tshwane, to the effect that every ad hoc security services request should be directed to Asset Protection Services, TMPD. Therefore, I don't think it would be fair for the Commissioner to put all of these things squarely on my shoulders, yet I am not the cause of the problem. I happened to be in the bandwagon because I had a responsibility, something that I accept. But in terms of the cause of the problem, the department said they would avail funds to pay for these services. And the department went further to instruct Kubis to deploy security officers on sites that they identified themselves, right? Which is not wrong because it is their site. But now, at that point in time, right, I was not involved. I was not aware.
You see, if your department did not issue a deployment letter, if Mr. Phiri did not issue a deployment letter, maybe let me ask you the question, rather a question. If Mr. Phiri had not issued a deployment letter, would Gobis have been at the site without a deployment letter from you? Because I've looked at your service level agreement. It provides for contact people. It says you may be asked to do certain things, but it must be in writing, right? So I've seen that in your service level agreement. Had your department and Phiri not issued a deployment letter, would there be an obligation on the department on the city, in fact, to pay for services that are done when Gubis doesn't have a deployment letter?
The answer is yet, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
Right? Because the information which I do not have at my disposal now, right? But I will talk to that information for the information of the Commissioner, is that the department instructed Kubis to deploy security, ad hoc security services on sites that they have identified.
Let me read for you 8.2 of your service level agreement. It says, should it be necessary, the city may request the service provider to provide it with such additional services, which once agreed upon by the parties, which agreement shall not be binding until reduced to writing.
Yes.
So, your service level agreement tells the service provider that you have to have something in writing, which constitutes an agreement between us and you. Phiri issues a deployment, is an agreement, right, between the city and the service provider. So what I'm putting to you is, if Phiri had not issued a deployment letter, there would be no written agreement between the city and, in particular, the department that's responsible for administering these agreements, right? There would be no agreement between the service provider and the city. And if Gubis went on to do the work, the city would be able to say, well, we don't have an agreement with you. It would have a defense to that. But Phiri has denied the city that defense. So you can't blame the department. The department requires the service, yes. But you have a service level agreement that says it has to be reduced to writing. And Phiri does exactly that. And my gripe with you, or my issue with you, is, had you stopped Phiri in December, when you became aware that Phiri is a free agent, he goes about doing things that are way above his pay grade, when you became aware of it, had you stopped him, the 14 million rand that was incurred for January and December would not have happened. It wouldn't, as a fact, it would not have happened.
I agree, Commissioner.
Yes, and that's my basis for saying you are responsible for that financial cost to the city, which is caused by Phiri, and you are responsible by omission. You failed to act. And the question is whether, was it deliberate that you don't act when the facts called for you as head of department to act? Did you deliberately hold off and therefore created an environment where Phiri does what he does? Or you were negligent? And if you were negligent, it's grossly negligent, which in fact borders on intention. That's what I'm saying. That's a basis for my saying you are responsible for causing that irregular expenditure. If you want to comment, you can, but that's what I'm putting to you.
No
That's my position about it. All right, thank you.
No comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Kekana.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just on logistics, can I just request 5 minutes adjournment? There's some logistical issue that I need to address.
Let us adjourn. We'll come back when it's indicated we should.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kapil.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the indulgence. Mr. Malachi, you had been taken to the notices for deployment, but I just want to go back to the 2024 ad hoc instructions. And I think factually we've established that, and you've stated or testified that those ones were irregular, the ones in 2024. And can you then accept, and obviously with hindsight, that that would have cost the department or the city a lot of money?
Yes, it has cost us.
And it is your role as a manager in that department to also prevent wasteful and irregular expenditure. Do you accept that responsibility?
I do. I do.
Apologies. Thank you. Then can we then move to the 2025 deployments? Now, I want to just probe out of interest. What's the level of interaction that you have with Kobus?
The level of interaction that I have with Kobus is almost the same level of interaction that I have with all of the contracted security companies. It's official, it's informed by the relationship that is governed by the SLA and contractual terms and conditions, TMPD 20.
Mr. Malachi, please try to speak up. I appreciate that it's late in the afternoon,
Okay.
but I could barely hear your last answer.
Okay. I was saying, Commissioner, thank you. I was saying the level of interaction with Kobus, it's the same level of interaction that I've got with other service providers who are part of the 22 entities.
Thank you. And so do you regularly have engagements with them via telephone?
I wouldn't be...
To be fair with you, the background is that they were able to get hold of you quite easily.
Yes, all the contractors, when they need to get hold of me, they get hold of me. I don't think there is any special relationship. I don't have any special relationship with Kobus in particular compared to others. The relationship is...
And roundabout, they would have been appointed in 2021, 2022, roundabout. You would have had several interactions with Kobus.
I had several interactions with Kobus, including the rest of the 2020, more especially around about that time, because that was when the contract was starting, that was when the deployment was kicking off, and immediately after it kicked off, that was when I interacted with them for operational reasons. By the way, as the director responsible for the function, I meet with the service providers regularly, right? Even though sometimes it doesn't happen, but in terms of the service level agreement, I'm to meet with them almost every month, and I hope the Commissioner understands my response.
So you're saying and essentially that is what is called contract management. So you're saying that you meet with the service providers monthly. Is that what you're saying?
In terms of the service level agreement.
No, I'm
but
saying factually.
factually, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And is that detailed somewhere?
In the service level agreement,
No, I'm saying report or minutes of some sort. There's no minutes or there are minutes?
company directors' minutes are there, right? They are kept in the office, and yes, there should be evidence to that effect. I must bring it to the attention of the Commissioner that even though the service level agreement says, as director responsible for the function, I should, but sometimes such meetings take place with me not being there as a result of engagements here.
And between November 2024 and March 2025, how many meetings did you have with Coopers?
I wouldn't be sure of the exact number of meetings, but there is a record to the effect that we had meetings whilst discussing this issue of ad hoc services, and there was also a time when we met for me to hand over termination letters to Gubis and the other two companies.
No, that would have been in June 2025. I'm saying prior to that, January, February, March, December, did you have any meetings with Coopers or Mr. Madlanga?
Not to my knowledge, not to my remembrance.
Okay, thank you. I think the commissioners have taken you through the irregularities of the pages of the notices for deployment, and I don't want to belabor the point. But just to summarize, I think it is established that let's just call them the 2024 deployments were irregular, and the 2025 January deployments, which we have in file, were equally irregular. Can you accept that?
I accept.
That's what we have established. And at the time, you were responsible for this, for the APSS, albeit there's other people involved, but you were at a senior level.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then if we go to page 238 of the second file, file 2, apologies. Can we go to, let's start at 418. That's the end of the file. It's just one question that we're dealing with, and then Are you there?
Yes, I am there, Commissioner.
Would you recall this exchange between yourself and Velino Andule? Essentially, just to refresh your mind, he's complaining about unlawful happenings, in particular at page 414. He talks about irregularities. At the second last paragraph or heading, he says 13 requisitions have been created by yourselves to the tune of 8 million without invoices, and yet you expect me to blindly release these requisitions. Only you can provide a better explanation to your supervisor and the chief of police on those, and I will be given a go-ahead to release as the cost center owner upon clarity. But do you know anything about this? Do you recall what gave rise to this?
Maybe just the answers, Advocate Kekana, identify the email, the date of the email, who's the addressee, who is it addressed to, then go to the specific paragraphs.
Apologies. The email starts at 413. It's from Velino Andule, directed to yourself.
Yes, sir.
It copies Umashi Dlamini, amongst others, including Commissioner Boles and the CFO and the Chief of Police. You see that. And the subject says RAPSS dash open bracket none close bracket payment of service providers.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, so I just am interested in your recollection of this and what he stated about these requisitions that were created without invoices.
I do not recall. Myself creating requisitions without invoices. I do not recall that, Commissioner.
Okay. Would you be able to retrieve if you responded to this email? Do you know if you responded? Do you recall whether you responded to this email? Because it's a serious accusation.
I remember exchanging emails with Velino Andule, but as to this specific issue, I'm not sure if this specific email forms part of the exchanges that we had. But yes, I should be able to go into the system and then revisit communications that I personally made with Director Andule and confirm if it relates to this, and then yes, see what my response to these allegations.
Thank you. And I think to be fair to you, we'll give you that opportunity to do that, amongst other things, to retrieve your emails that would either disprove or confirm what you've been stating this afternoon. So I won't take the point further on this for now. We'll just park it.
Okay.
Can I just ask Mr. Malachi, this payment issue, here that is in these emails, is this the one that we were discussing earlier when you say you were called by Gubis and informed that they were not getting paid? Is it the same issue?
Commissioner, I am not sure if it is the same issue because there were other invoices, there were other ad hoc services invoices, okay, which are different from this.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to page 238. Apologies. Again, as I said earlier, I won't belabor the point, but what we see is this is an email. I think Commissioner Kumalo had taken me through to this email. This is an email from Commissioner Umashi Dlamini, dated 12 March 2025, and it's addressed to Rivers Peace, copying, amongst others, the Chief of Police, Commissioner Poles, and yourself.
Yes.
And he raises a point in the email that there's overspending that is linked to ad hoc services and ad hoc duties. And then he's requesting that funds be made available for ad hoc duties. You see, at the end of the email.
Okay.
He's saying further that you explore the possibility of engaging the requesting sister department, which is, I think, I don't know, but I think you had spoken earlier about water and sanitation, and to persuade them, and he'll have to answer that, persuade them to engage the CFO to approve or make funds available for ad hoc duties. That upon approval and availability of the said funds, the necessary journal be made accordingly so that our budget is not overburdened. Correct? Now, in your management of these, because your office would be the one that manages these services, correct?
Correct.
As we went through. Now, did you share his sentiment that the ad hoc services were increasingly out of budget?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you will see that attached to that email, you would have known, is at 239, item 6. And basically, I think it's just a list of the sites and the invoice amounts that were owed, so to speak, that had been allocated as at that time.
Yes.
And can you confirm that that's the attachment that you are aware of?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And you see that in this attachment, we have essentially 3 entities that invoices are being pushed for. Because
Yes.
this email does not talk of the 22,
Yeah.
it is specifically 3 entities.
Yes.
Now, there is Triotic Mkhalakati, but I want to concentrate on Kubis.
Okay.
Kubis is allocated sites of a total of 37.
I can see, yeah.
Correct. Now, can you explain, and in a normal world, it would have been that you would have gotten an email, this is according to the process you were detailing. You would get an email from a department, I would imagine these are all from water and sanitation, that would be requesting these services, and you assess them, and you see that there is indeed a need for these services in a normal system process, correct?
Yes.
And then you would then, let me say your team,
Yes.
but ultimately you will sign them off.
Yes.
ordinarily. You will then say, I'm appointing, I'm signing these notices of deployment to these people so that they can provide security services.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, I'm saying we're talking at a just general level, normally. That would be the case.
Of signing out this number of sites to one company.
I'm saying the process. Earlier on, you talked about
Yes,
there would be a request for services.
okay.
It would come via email to you. You make an assessment of the need.
Yes,
Then you issue a notice for deployment, correct? So I'm saying in relation to these sites, generally, in a perfect world, that would have been the process followed,
that would have been the process followed.
correct?
And what I want to say going forward is, given the set process, right, I wouldn't allocate such a number of sites to one company. I wouldn't, because that in itself would create a challenge, right? Not only for me, but for the city. It would even create a challenge with other contracted service providers once they realize that Kobis is allocated 37 sites at a go and some are not even allocated one. Hence I'm saying I wouldn't allocate such a large number to one security company.
Director Malachi, this document that we are looking at on page 239, remember Advocate Kekana showed you that it is an annexure to this email on 238.
Yes,
Do you
yes,
see that it's an attachment? Sorry.
yes, yes.
And then in that email, they say 30 additional sites were added in January, and then 6 were added in February.
Yes.
Now, if you go to this document on page 239, it talks to ad hocs only for the month of January, because if you look at the top of the page on your left, the third line, it says January security ad hoc. Do you see that?
Yes, I see.
And this is January only. Now look at the cost on page 240. So you're looking at easily 17 million rands, because it is that 14 for Gubis and then the 3 million for the other companies. Do you see that?
I see.
Now, there should have been no difficulty with you identifying which are these additional 36 sites, because you have them in this attachment already. So when you were instructed to stop them the following day, all you needed to do was to go to this document and say, which are those additional 36 sites? I've been instructed to stop them tomorrow in order to save the city at least 14 million rands a month. And nothing stopped you from doing that. So your answer that some of them were previously authorized by customer departments, it does not help you, because these ones are the additional ones which are the subject matter of this email. And it is on the same day that both the Chief of Police and the Deputy Reverse Peace instruct that they be cancelled. Do you see that?
I do.
So you didn't have to go out and conduct an investigation. You have that list attached to the email. It was not difficult to say, looking at this report, which are the additional sites that were added in January? Because you get the months there, it tells you, for example, Klebgat, you know it's October 2024, item 1 on page 239. So you don't have to. And then you look at Refilwe, and then you've got the item there. And then the other ones that are added without dates. Just looking at this report, it should have been very easy for you to identify which additional sites were added in January and February, and to cancel them the following day. Your explanation that others were previously allocated correctly simply does not hold water.
Commissioner, the instruction was saying all adults, right? And what came to my mind was this was not the only adults that I was instructed to cancel.
But I'm asking you about these ones. Why did you not cancel these ones? Because with these ones, you can't say they were previously allocated correctly. The email tells you that there are additionals from January and February. And your chief of police, Chief Faro, says there's no budget for this. There's no money. And this is 17 million every month.
Commissioner, I agree. Like I previously said, that it has been an oversight on my part, but Commissioner, please allow me to go and revisit this communication, because here we are dealing with one-sided side of the story. And as to whether I responded to this instruction, how I responded, the commission is kept in the dark. I'm not implying that somebody might have done it to hide information, but I'm saying, as far as this is concerned, can the commissioner allow me to go and check as to what were my reasons for not carrying out the instruction immediately, if any? If it happens that I did not respond to this email positively or negatively, you see, that would then mean there was this oversight, or the commissioner said negligence on my part. But can the commissioner allow me time to go and check these specific emails in particular? Because I know with this one, the previous one, right, there were exchange of information. But as to why what I responded, how I responded to, is not part of this email, I wouldn't know. But I'm not suggesting that somebody has played it naughty to what you call me out of the picture. But I'm requesting the commissioner to allow me time to go and look into this and respond. If I did not respond, I did not carry instruction, I think well and good, I will accept that I did not call it. I've got
Continue.
I've got the reason why I'm pleading with the commissioner to. I've got the reason why I am pleading with the commissioner to allow me time, right, to go and have a look, right. I got it difficult to access my office for the past 9 months or so to date, because conditions of my suspension, they included that I should not find myself next to any office of the municipality, right? Except when I'm called upon to appear before the hearing. So, as I was preparing my statement, it came to my attention that Mr. Rivers Peace issued an instruction to some of the officials that are in my office not to give me any piece of information that I might need in order to prepare myself for today's testimony. So I asked myself, and I'm continuing to ask myself, why would that be the case, right? What is it that Commissioner Peace is hiding, right? What is it? Maybe he issued this instruction so that he could manipulate communication systems and all of that. And when I appear before this commission, right, there is only one side of the story. The other side of the story, the commission is not hearing. But this can only be decided upon by the commission when I am given that opportunity, and I would request the commissioner the commissioner to direct a communication to the City of Tshwane and get the TMPD management, right, to allow me access, right, to my office, to allow me access to my colleagues with a view to try and get information that might assist the commission to do its work. Given what transpired not long time ago when I was preparing my statement, I am worried. The instructions so issued have created an environment of fear within the department. Those have been expressed with me by people I believed they are able to assist, right? And it really made my testimony very difficult, if not rendering it ineffective. Because somewhere I would be asked a question. Some of these questions, if I happened to have access to my office, right, I would have, as part of annexures, evidence, attached them, right? I think let me stop at this. The rest will follow as we go down.
Oh, Mr. Malachi, you are at liberty to supplement your statement. The evidence leaders will assist you to source whatever documents you require. I'm sure that with the communication from them, that will be quite easy to achieve. And then as to whether you will give testimony again with regard to what you are able to elicit from what's available, that is with regard to whether that will be in the form of a statement, a supplemented statement, or whether it will be by way of oral testimony again, that's something that will be decided down the line. Does that satisfy you?
It does, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Malachi, just to conclude on this point, you were suspended in July of 2025, right?
Correct.
But before your suspension, the City of Tshwane had to follow the terms of the collective agreement, and you were first given the opportunity to explain why you should not be placed on suspension.
Correct.
Correct? Because And that would have been in June. It would have been a month prior to your suspension, correct?
Correct.
And by that point, Commissioner Spies had investigated your conduct, and he had established that, as far as he was concerned, you had committed misconduct. The invitation to you to say why you should not be suspended was premised on the fact that he thought you had committed misconduct.
Commissioner, under normal circumstances, it should be like that. But I want to bring it to the attention of the Commissioner, that I got suspended in July, and also received charges and whatever. But it was in September, if my memory still serves me well, that I received a call from the investigator who was calling to say, Mr. Malachi, I'm calling because I'm investigating this case of misconduct against you, and I wanted to check if we could meet just to take each other through what the allegations are. And my response to the caller was, thanks very much for highlighting that. But I'm
Malachi,
not-
I don't want to do this to
Okay.
you, but you are going to the period after your suspension. I'm more interested in the period before your suspension.
Okay.
The reason given to you for the suspension was that the city or TMPD believed that you had committed misconduct.
Yes.
And that had been investigated, at least the preliminary investigation was by Commissioner Spies up to June, because you were invited to give reasons why you should not be suspended in June, and then you were suspended in July, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And those reasons related to your failure to manage these ad hoc deployments, correct?
Not correct.
So what were you suspended for? What's the reason that was given for your suspension?
There are two reasons. I'm talking to the charges. I failed to declare directorships. To declare all directorships of my companies. Number two, I failed to penalize service providers who, whilst they are deployed, right, had activities happening that which led to the municipality losing the word call. I'm facing these two charges. There is no charge of me having failed to comply with any instruction.
Director Malachi, I did not ask you about the charge sheet.
Okay.
I asked you about the suspension letter.
Okay.
And in the interest of time, because I see that you're struggling with some of these questions, when you do prepare a supplementary statement, please produce that suspension letter and the letter that preceded it and your response to that letter.
Thank you.
Because those are the documents I'm interested in, not the charge sheet.
Oh, okay. No, fine.
Thank you. So please make a note of that, but the evidence leaders will assist you.
Okay.
All right.
How much longer do you think we will be, Mrs. Kekana?
Chair, can I try and ask for 10 minutes maximum?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, maximum. Some of these points have been canvassed. I think we've accepted, and I think in relation to what you've spoken about, as one of the charges was that obviously with your management, what has happened as a matter of fact is that a lot of money has been paid which is irregular, and that's where, and it benefited some service providers within there, and amongst them it's Kubis. In these, you said in your statement, just to be pointed, paragraph 27 of your statement, and perhaps you can assist me if I'm interpreting it wrongly. You say, I'm unaware that Kubis 85 Solutions Pty Limited received many allocations for the provision of ad hoc security services. Now, if you compare that to the attachment, would you still maintain that statement?
No, I wouldn't maintain, but I would rephrase the statement to say, before I received that complaint, I was not aware. But now that I've seen this, and immediately after, when we started engaging about their complaint, it came to light that they, right, I would not, what to call this?
Okay, no, fair enough. I was just raising it so that we rephrase it accurately about what transpired. Now, in all this correspondence in email, you say also that your immediate superior, am I correct to say it was Sean Boles?
Yes, before Rivers Peace.
Before Rivers Peace.
Yes.
And generally, what was his role? Was he also aware of these ad hoc services, or did you inform him?
After
That's in relation, I think let's stick to the 2024 ad hoc services, the deployments for 2024. What was his level of involvement?
No, as far as I remember, right, he was not aware, as much as I was not aware prior to December, but after December, he became aware that there are these ad hoc services, and then we started exchanging, communicating around them. He started asking me for reports. He started wanting to know from me, right, how it came about that these were allocated.
But equally, he didn't stop those services.
Exactly my point.
Okay. And then in this exchange and the direction that you have, if you go to the page 243 of file 2,
yes, I'm there.
this is an email from Rivers Peace to Commissioner Dlamini, copying, amongst others, the Chief of Police and yourself.
Yes.
And Rivers Peace asks, who approved and mandated ad hoc security services? Who decided to give the instruction for this? And how is this process managed and managed within the department? Right? What is not apparent in all of this exchange is your response. And perhaps you are going to deal with it in your supplementary, but what we don't see is you, the person that deals with these services within your department, does not at least give clarity that, no, I'm aware of these things, or I'm not aware, I'm going to investigate. There is no interaction that at least we have in our position. But perhaps to be fair to you, maybe you can look whether you did respond and say, and interacted or reacted to this message. Can I just give you that indulgence rather for these purposes?
I know I responded
You
to
did
this.
respond, okay.
I did
What
respond.
was your response?
My response was this ad hoc services were called upon, were requested by the department, not requested, were done by the department, and I based my response on information that I gathered during investigation, right? And I went further to say, it is said the requesting department has committed to paying for this, what you call. I even indicated to Commissioner Space that this has already been communicated to your predecessor, right? I attached information that I communicated to his predecessor, being Commissioner Walsh, on the email.
Did you tell Deputy Commissioner Spies that Mr. Phiri is the one that approved these deployments? Because the question wants to know who approved and mandated the ad hoc security services. You know at this point, in March, that Phiri is responsible for this. Did you tell, in that response that we are going to see from you, do you tell Commissioner Spies that it is Phiri that approved?
Not specifically, Commissioner. I did not tell Commissioner Spies that it is Mr. Phiri, because at that point in time, I was of the view that this were requested directly by the department from the service provider. But given the clarities that we went through today, right? Yes, I agree that whatever Mr. Phiri was done, obviously on record indicates that it was my office that was allocating, but to be specific, I did not indicate that to Commissioner Space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please note that I think we would need that to be provided, just so that you also have your vision properly. And obviously, if you turn over at page 342, this is now an email from Chief of Police that is directed to Commissioner Spies. And what is clear there is that she's expressing shock. The email is dated 12 March 2025. It's all happening at around 4 p.m. She then exclaims that there are 30 additional sites only for January, but we can't belabor that point. And you see there he asks Walsh to also explain who approved it.
Exactly.
And are you aware if Walsh also responded?
I'm not aware, but I'm aware that Commissioner Walsh wrote to us to respond and or give background as to how it came about that this were done, and we did that.
Okay. Would you then also include that part in your supplementary statement? Thank you. Commissioners, the part that is left apart from the supplementary issue, is, and I think the others would be circulating around the same point, is the working relationship with Commissioner Rivers Peace since his arrival at the TMPD. Perhaps I can just ask the witness.
Yeah, if you could take Mr. Malachi back to his statement, perhaps, because I think that part is dealt with there.
Apologies.
I'm saying perhaps you may take Mr. Malachi back to his statement because I think that is dealt with.
Yes, I'm taking him there.
Oh,
I'm
that's what
taking
you're
him
saying.
there.
That's what
Yes,
you're
yes,
saying.
yes, I'm saying
Thank
the
you.
other points in the
Yes.
statement because we are just working. like
Thank
that.
you.
Please
Thank
go
you.
to file 1. What I was perhaps trying to, and I'm going to request Mr. Malachi that he tries and summarize it rather than read, page, sentence by sentence.
Maybe to be fair to him, so that he does not say, I was not allowed to
Read it.
say what I needed to say. If he starts from paragraph 26, the heading, and reads towards all the way to the end, and then if anything arises from that, then it can be dealt with briefly.
Okay,
So that he
that's fair
doesn't
enough.
say, for example, you didn't allow me to say what I wanted to say in paragraph 28.
No, that's fair enough. Thank you for the guidance. Please would you do that from paragraph 26 of your statement?
The heading here is generation and or creation of purchase orders for Kubis 85 solutions during February to June 2025 for ad hoc services. The reasons why Kubis solutions received a disproportionately large number of allocations for the provision of the ad hoc services. My response to the question, I did not generate purchase orders for Kubis solutions during February to June 2025 for ad hoc services. Purchase orders are created by the responsible finance officials at the MPD head office. I am unaware that Kubis Solutions received many allocations for provision of ad hoc services. However, I'm aware that Kubis Solutions has been one of the reliable service providers. On 27, Commissioner, I think we just needed to rephrase it. When I'm saying I'm unaware, right? I meant to say before 2024 December, I was not aware. But since soon thereafter, I became aware that they were allocated this.
But that does not help you because the heading, the question is clear to you that the period is February to 30 June 2025. So if you now want to change your statement to refer to 2024, that was not the question that was asked. You were asked to deal with February to 30 June 2025. That's what the heading says.
Okay, no.
So rather concede that you were incorrect.
I was, Commissioner.
Thank you. You can continue.
Whether I requested Deputy Commissioner Umashlamini and or Commissioner Ilan Faroto to request funding in respect of TMPD2. My supervisor requested funding. I prepared the report, it should be the report, and the Chief of Police, the municipal manager, approved the funding request. I've attached here the report marked TP4. Umash Lamini was not involved in the funding request.
Mr. Malachi, in this case, your supervisor is who? Is it Volhays?
In this case, my supervisor was Mr. Navapillay.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And again, to be fair to you, maybe the way the question was posed, the documents you attached as TP4 cover the period when protection services was not with TMPD, because if you look at all those documents, they cover the period up to June 2024. So I think the question that you were being asked related to the 2025 year. So maybe the way it was framed created problems. So if you go to TP4 on page 11, for example, you will see that the documents you attached are for the year ending 30 June 2024.
Okay.
Whereas the question that should have been asked to you related to the 2025 year. So maybe when you supplement your statement, you can deal with that question, but focusing on the 2025 year.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Because the 2024 year, you were still under, who was your supervisor then? It was not Paul Hayes and it was not people in the TMPD.
Yes.
It was the city manager.
Yes.
So this is not helpful for that purpose.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
My supervisor, okay. My working relationship with Commissioner Rivospeace since his arrival at the TMPD. Mr. Rivospeace was appointed as a Deputy Chief of Police Asset and Protection Services on the 1st of March 2025. I have attached the employment advertisement which led to his appointment, marked STP 5. I noted that the employment functions of Mr. Speace, as reflected on the employment advertisement, are the same as my employment responsibilities. There is no material difference from my employment functions and his employment responsibilities. Mr. Speace then introduced himself.
Is that correct, though? Not that it's an important issue, but to the extent that you are putting it out there and you're placing it on a record, maybe it does need some clarification. I'm looking at page 26, which is the advert, and under primary functions, right at the bottom, it sets out what he's supposed to do. You see where I'm looking?
Page 26.
Page 26 of that same bundle. It's the advert itself that you have attached. You've attached the advert as TP5. The same file that has your statement.
Okay.
If you look at page 26, right at the bottom, you have primary functions, and so it sets out the functions of that position. And if you consider that with the earlier document, which is your functions and responsibilities at page 6, if you go to page 6, keep page 26 open, and then go to page 6. I don't see that it's the same primary functions, unless they're written differently, but mean the same thing. They are.
Yes,
They're not the same on the face of it.
I agree with the Commissioner.
Okay.
I think a mistake here was made with regard to the actual advert that called upon Mr. Speace, Rivospeace appointment. So here I attached group head, city strategic organizational performance. I should have attached Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. So as part of supplementary, I will rectify it.
Okay. All right. But that's fine. I think you can do that as part of the supplementary, but can we at least agree that on what is before us, what you have said in that paragraph in your statement, that the functions are the same, not according to the advert that you were relying on. It's an incorrect advert according to you.
Yes, no, I agree. I will rectify it.
Thank you.
What's this advert for then, the one you've attached at page 25?
This advert, I think the reason why I made mistake, this position was advertised with Commissioner Rivosby's advert and others. So I think
That's not answering my question. What is this advert for? Your TP5 at page 25, what is it for?
this is for internal external forum. This is for the position of group head city strategic organizational performance. I mean the one that is attached there, which is not about advert for the
Deputy
position.
Chief
Yes, yes,
for the APSS.
exactly.
All right. Please continue reading your statement.
Okay.
You on paragraph 31.
Yes. Mr. Rivosby then introduced himself to me and my work team as my supervisor on the 5th of March 2025. It was after lecturing us about his experience, including arresting and dismissing corrupt police officials. He made a mention of his involvement in the closing of one of the police stations in Soweto back then, where police officers were alleged to be involved. So he gave me that. He was actually introducing himself as such, and due to, he went further to inform us that he has got valuable experience in the policing field. He has been with law enforcement for almost 40 years. He served in various capacities, from Old Pretoria to Old Benoni traffic, until there were amalgamations. He became part of the new Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. That he has been a deputy chief of police in Ekurhuleni. So he was giving us his background, and he was giving us his, due to a complaint by Mr.
Did you read the last sentence of 31? Maybe you did.
Mr. Smith subsequently reported, misconduct allegations against me in June 2025. This is what has led to me.
That's why I was saying to you, it was misconduct in June 2025.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner. Due to a complaint by Mr. Spies regarding the alleged misconduct, I was then suspended in July 2025 pending outcome of the disciplinary hearing process instituted against myself. Mr. Spies is the main witness on the same reported allegations in which I was charged. Our working relationship is therefore not good. In essence, I feel like his aim is to ensure that my employment with the city is terminated. I'm suspicious that Mr. Spies was appointed through a corrupt and irregular recruitment process to the following reasons. I've noted a complaint regarding the same issue recently submitted at the Public Protector's Office by an anonymous complaint. His qualifications were questioned. His employment position was advertised despite not being approved on TMPD employment structure, a conduct which is not in compliance with MFMA. I am suspicious that he is not registered.
Sorry. Can you explain what you mean by lack of approval on the TMPD employment structure?
Evidence is there to the effect that Mr. Rivos-Peace was appointed on the 1st of March 2025 to the position of Deputy Chief, Asset Protection and Security Services. At that point, the structure, the TMPD structure, was not accommodating that position. Instead, the TMPD structure was having the position of divisional head, Asset Protection Services.
What's the difference?
The difference is divisional head, Asset Protection Services. It's almost a civilian position as opposed to police rank position. And I'm saying this because, Commissioner, the security management function in terms of the law and the national policy are not functions of the Metro Police Department by law. The Metro Police Department functions in terms of the law, they are as follows. To ensure that they enforce road traffic policy, they do bylaw enforcement, and they do crime prevention through environmental design. Issue of protection and or protective security services by law, they are security functions, and these functions are regulated in terms of the law, which is the Private Security Industry Regulations Act. The Act in Section 20 prescribes, amongst others, if a man or woman is not registered as a security practitioner, that man or woman or organization, in terms of the law, cannot perform.
But I think that's something else. That's something else. It does not go to the question of the approval of a structure.
Yes.
And that's something else which we've just touched on now.
Okay.
You do deal with in your statement, and I'm sure you are close to coming to it somewhere.
Okay.
That's something else.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
My issue is what you say was lack of approval
Yes.
in the structure.
Yes.
Let me tell you the difficulty that I have with that statement. My understanding of the testimony throughout was that somebody who is within the police department of the City of Tshwane was acting in this position even before Mr. or rather Commissioner Peace was appointed. Am I correct?
You are.
And that was Commissioner Paul Hayes. Am I correct?
You are.
So are you saying throughout this was wrong? Or perhaps let me ask a different question. Surely, from the fact that someone was acting in this position,
yes,
that must mean it was in the structure, not so? In what position would Commissioner Paul Hayes have been acting if the position was not in the structure?
Okay.
He was acting in a non-existing position. That's what you say.
No. Commissioner, in 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
No, let's not take it back, please.
Okay.
Please. Was Commissioner Bolhais acting in a non-existent position?
No, he was not acting in a non-existent position.
So the position was existing, obviously, that's the answer. So now why does it suddenly become a problem when Commissioner Spies is appointed to that position?
Commissioner Police acted in the position of the divisional head, right, asset protection services. This is the position that was filled some time back, but became vacant, and yes.
Is that not the position Commissioner Spies was appointed to?
No, the position in terms of the structure that Commissioner Spies was appointed, it says Deputy Chief of Police, right, Asset Protection and Security Services.
That's still the APSS that you said Commissioner Bolhais was acting in, not so?
It's so,
You
but
just said so.
the issue of the structure, let me clarify, Commissioner, the issue of the structure with respect. The issue of the structure comes into the picture. When Commissioner Spies was appointed on the 1st of March 2025, right? To show that the structure was not accommodating that position, there is a structure that was approved on the 4th of June, right? 3 months down the line after he was appointed. And from where I am sitting, all right, I'm trying to say to the commissioner, this structure that was approved on the 4th of June 2025 was solely to accommodate Commissioner Spies, because if it so happened that there is no June approval of the structure. So in terms of the structure before this new one, right, everyone would be occupying the position as per the structure being the divisional head, Asset Protection Services.
Before June, the position existed.
Of divisional head, Asset Protection Services, not Deputy Chief of Police.
Okay.
So, Mr. Malachi, the person then that you are accusing of corruption cannot be, in this case of appointment of this structure issue, must be the Chief of Police then, and whoever else approved that structure. It can be Deputy Commissioner Spies, because he doesn't create the structure. He's not the boss of the TMPD, and he's not the boss of the municipality. So the corruption that you're speaking of, if it is corruption at all, it has to be the Chief of Police. Is that what you're alleging?
I am, Commissioner, you are correct to say it cannot be Commissioner Spies if there is indeed corruption. It could be those who came up, right, with the new structure, right, which would include the Chief of Police and, yes, which would include the Chief of Police and whoever they were working on the issue of structures around it.
No, somebody is responsible for approving the structure. Forget who comes up with it. Someone bears the power to approve the structure. And it's either the Chief of Police is the one that carries the final say on approving the structure, or it's the city manager, or it's the council. One of the three must be the person, must be the person or the body that approves the structure. It's not, can we agree it's not Deputy Commissioner Spies?
Yes,
He doesn't determine the structure, right?
I agree.
Then that leaves his boss because he reports to somebody. So it's either you're saying, and I think to the extent that you are making a very definite allegation of corruption. You're saying there was no structure, it was created to accommodate him. You should, I think you can't get away with saying, well, probably. You have to say who it is, do you say, is guilty of that corruption? And I'm giving you three that in my opinion is one of the three. Okay. You can add another one if you have somebody else in mind. But I'm saying to you, it's either the boss of the TMPD because it's her structure, and that's the person you are saying is corrupt, that they created this position. Two, it's either it is the city manager, if the city manager has the power to approve or the authority to approve a TMPD structure, I don't know how it works, or it's a council, if that is the ultimate authority for approving a structure. So you've made the allegation. Which of the three are you accusing of that corruption? Because if we have to follow up a trail of corruption, that there's corrupt activity about the structure, we have to know who you're speaking about and who to speak to. So it's one of the three. You can add a fourth one if there is.
All right. Commissioner, I think the Commission can inquire on the basis of my statement to the accounting officer, being the city manager. From where I'm sitting, I think he bears the responsibility.
So you are saying the city manager is guilty of the corruption because he's the one that bears the responsibility to approve a structure for TMPD. That's what you're saying.
I am saying that, but in the same breath, I'm also including those who might have submitted the structure to him for approval.
And it would have been submitted by the head of the TMPD, right?
Exactly.
So you are saying that head of this TMPD and or the head of the city are corrupt in that one of them approved the structure specifically created to accommodate Commissioner Spies. That's what you're saying. And I ask this so directly, Mr. Malachi, because we cannot allow, or we shouldn't allow this platform to be used to malign people's reputations without facts. You are making the statement, you haven't put to us the facts that back up that, and I hear your explanation why you say that this was created. You say there was no such position before. You explain that civilian, you're saying the position should not be under the police. I hear that, all of that explanation. But you are making a very specific allegation, which may well amount to criminality, which is one of the things we are supposed to investigate. So it is important that if you are alleging corruption in the specific terms that you are doing, that you should be pressed to say who, in fact, are you saying is the corrupt person in this equation?
Commissioner, I understand what the Commissioner is saying. In my statement, I'm saying I am suspicious that Mr. Spies was appointed through a corrupt, irregular recruitment process. I am suspicious. So I am not definitely saying somebody is corrupt. I am saying I am suspicious given the process. I will say this to the Commissioner. In the run-up to when Commissioner Spies was appointed, right? There were advertisements of the position, and in those advertisements of the position, the city.
Can we please confine this to the question being asked? The question is about the actors. Was it the chief of police? Was it the city manager? Was it council? Or can you think of more other people? That's the question. Please confine your response to that direct question.
My suspicion is on the
If you don't know, you don't know.
I will confine my.
I'm not saying you don't. You seem to hesitate when I say if you don't know, you don't. No, I'm not suggesting that you don't know. If you know, by all means, tell us.
My suspicion is confined to allegations of corruption are confined to, in as far as this position and approval of articles, to both the city manager and the chief of police.
Thank you.
Let me take you back to the issue I engaged you on. You have said there was no problem with the position, therefore I assume no problem with the advert as well. Before, at the time the advert went out. But you say it's only in June that there is a problem. And we know that Mr. Rivers Peace was appointed with effect from 1 March 2025. So the problem arises from June 2025. He's already within the system, correct? That's how I understood you in my earlier engagement with you.
Okay. Let me put the correct perspective of what I said.
Yes.
There was a problem right from the beginning when the position was advertised, right? The problem was, when I looked at the appointment requirements, it became very clear to me that these appointment requirements are earmarking specific individual.
No, let's look at the allegation you make.
Okay.
I'm engaging you on the basis of the allegation you are making in paragraph 33.2.
Okay.
You are saying this was not in the structure. My understanding, based on the responses you gave when I engaged you,
Yes.
was that there was no issue, no question about this position being in the structure before June. So this is about the structure. It's not about how it was framed, whether it was framed to make sure that Commissioner Spies would be the person that gets appointed. That's not the issue. The issue is about what you say in 33.2. The fact that this was not accommodated in the structure. So what I'm saying is, with regard to that issue, I understood you to say that the problem with the structure arose from June 2025, but before that, there was no problem, insofar as the structure was concerned.
Because the structure, Commissioner, was different. The structure of the TMPD before June was the Divisional Head Asset Protection Services. Now, he got appointed whilst the structure was talking to Divisional Head. And it was only in June that the structure was changed and got approved. So the point I'm trying to put to the Commissioner is...
The position advertised, was it not the position that existed in accordance with the structure before June?
No, it was not. The position that existed prior the advertisement, right, was the divisional head asset protection services, not deputy chief asset protection services.
Divisional head.
Yes.
And Mr. Bolhayes was acting as divisional head.
I take it that he was acting in the in the position of the divisional head. Hence, he was already appointed as deputy chief responsible for training and all of that. But it was not with Mr. Bolhayes. It was not a problem because there was no.
He was already a deputy chief.
Exactly.
In some others.
So he came into act, and hence I took it. I'm putting it to the commission that when he acted, he was acting in the position of divisional head asset protection services, not the deputy chief of police asset protection services.
All right, thank you. Please proceed to 33.3.
I am suspicious that he is not registered with SIRA, which is a requirement for any person appointed to perform, supervise, manage private security services. Again, I am making a suspicion, and with this in mind, I hope if the commission looks into this, right, it would either find facts to say indeed he is registered with SIRA or is not registered with SIRA. Hence, I'm saying I am suspicious that he's not.
Why do you suspect that he's not registered with SIRA?
I suspect...
Because a suspicion has to be reasonable, it has to be based on some fact.
Okay. When the advert that for which Mr. Speed has responded and ultimately appointed, it made the following as appointment requirements: registration as a traffic officer, appointment as a metro police officer, right? And yes, SIRA, but these were two key factors that I took note of. Why would the city make registration as a traffic officer and appointment as a metro police officer an appointment requirement for the position of for the position in security management? And I therefore drew a conclusion that they are making this, the city is making this appointment requirements because they are well aware that there are security professionals out there who would obviously develop interest into the position and apply.
Let me interrupt you. My question is, what do you know about Deputy Commissioner Spies, about him? I'm not asking you a general question because you're making a specific allegation about him. So my question is, what do you know, what are the facts that you know about him that lead you to suspect that he does not have SIRA registration? It's really that simple. Do you know any facts at all about him, or it's just a feeling that he may not be registered?
I do not know any fact. It's just a feeling. It is based, the feeling is based on how the requirements for appointment were designed.
Okay. All right, now I'm answered. Thank you.
Director Malachi, having worked with SIRA before, as far as I know, if you are a police officer or a member of the Metro Police, you don't fall under SIRA jurisdiction because you are not regarded as private security sector. You are in public security, not in private security. So I struggle to understand the point you are making in 33.3. If you work for the Metro Police, you are not supervising and managing private security services, because the public security is public, it's not private security. So I don't understand the point you're trying to make in 33.3. And if this is your suspicion and it's not based on fact, it's really not helpful, because we can contact SIRA and ask them what the position is, and they can clarify it for us.
Commissioner, thanks very much.
Because it's like saying Ball Hayes should not have been acting in that position because he's not registered with SIRA. But if you're a Metro Police, you don't need a SIRA registration.
My understanding of what the law says, even though I'm not a lawyer, is as follows. The SIRA Act, it's very clear to the effect that if you are not registered as a security service provider, you should not be allowed to perform, supervise, or manage. It goes further to say, unless you are employed in security services as contemplated in Section 199 of the Constitution. And when one goes to Section 199 of the Constitution, the answer is very clear. Security services as contemplated in Section 199 of the Constitution, they are members of the South African Police Service. They are the National Defence Force. They are the state security agencies. The Act says they are, in terms of the law, they can perform, supervise, manage security operations only when they are still in the employ of their respective institutions. In this instance, I want to put my understanding before the Commission of this, that Metro Police officers are not members of the South African Police Service. Right? Metro Police officers are not SANDF members as per Section 199, nor employees of the state security agency.
Can we leave it here? We will make an inquiry with SIRA and get the answer from them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a last question on this? These issues that you have in paragraph 33, these suspicions, have you raised and reported them to the city for investigation? The question about your suspicion about these qualifications, the question about the structure and the SIRA registration.
Commissioner, I raised issue of the SIRA with the Office of the Chief of Police.
Is that in writing?
That was in writing long before Commissioner Spies could be appointed. But in that correspondence, I was saying, asking a question, why would appointment requirements for a senior manager in security management environment?
Yeah, my question is more specific to Commissioner Spies, because
Okay.
you are making these allegations about him.
Okay.
So my question is, all three suspicions that you have listed here, have you lodged with the city a concern, whether it's a grievance, whether it's a complaint, in whatever form? Have you lodged any of the three or the three items here with the city so that the city investigates it? Because if you have lodged them, and we would have to hear from the city what they have done with them since you lodged these three concerns.
Since his appointment, I have not. The only correspondence I made was prior to his appointment, and then this appointment gave rise to what I was complaining about. And until today, I sat back and say, okay, fine. even if I'm going to, sorry, Commissioner, even if I'm going to lodge a grievance or a complaint, right? As much as they did not deem it fit to respond to my correspondence in the past, right? From where I'm sitting, they wouldn't even entertain it now.
So the short answer is you haven't lodged a grievance, a complaint, or a report about Commissioner Spies as it relates to the 3 suspicions that you have listed in the statement.
Correct.
In short. Okay, thank you.
Paragraph 34. Or have you read it? Please read paragraph 34.
I've listened to the allegations raised by Commissioner Spies about me, which were presented to the court. I disagree and dispute this allegation, dispute these allegations in this regard. If my memory still serves me well, generally, Commissioner Spies informed the Commission that I was not complying to instructions, I was not working well with him, and so forth and so on. So I wanted to put it to the Commission that it is not true that I was not complying with his instructions where it is supposed to, right? It might have happened that I missed 1 or 2, and the Commission should not take it that I missed that instruction because I did not work with him. I complied with many of his instructions, and yes, where I happened not to, it was not deliberate, you know, because otherwise I would be guilty of not taking my work seriously. But it happens in life that sometimes somewhere there you happen not to do things. But generally, I have complied with instructions that were given to me by Commissioner Spies, despite the differences that I've alluded to. So I came to a point where I realized, okay, fine, there's no way I can be regard myself over and above the organization. This organization is about the community, meaning if I'm to do what is in the best interest of serving the community of Tshwane, I would do that regardless of the differences that I might have with colleagues here and there. So my commitment is that. That is why, Commissioner, I'm sitting here, it's for 10 months, almost 10 months on suspension, getting a salary, and I'm very much guilty of getting paid, right, for so long without doing anything to benefit the city and or the community of Tshwane. I'm sitting here receiving a salary for 10 months without doing anything. But with me, I need the commissioner to note this. It is not for the first time. In 2017 to 2019, right? Fortunately, back then, I was not suspended. They just took me out of the position, right? Gave it to someone else and continued to pay me a salary, right? Without me doing anything. And back then my heart was very sore, but I couldn't do a thing until I took the matter through grievance process, CCMA, and I was awarded.
You were placed back in your position.
Back into my position.
At what stage is the disciplinary process now?
Commissioner, since my suspension in July, we never sat in a hearing and I've not pleaded, right? Every now and then they would postpone, right? It was last time that we then applied for the dismissal of the charges because seemingly the employer is not.
Has there been no decision on that thus far, on that application?
There is no decision. We are going back on the 24th of this month. We will hear the decision then.
All right, all right. Anything else, Mr. Malachi?
No, I don't have any comment. If this is to say we are coming to the end of my presence today, right, my comment would only be to thank the Commission for affording me an opportunity to come and share with the Commission these things that I have been going through all this. Thank you.
Anything else, Mrs. Kekana?
Yes, Chair. There's just 2 or 3. I know 2 or 3 issues and then I'm done. Apologies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead,
Thank you.
Mrs. Kekana.
Thank you. Just so that we are clear, you said earlier that you have been refused access to the workplace in order to prepare.
Yes.
Okay. When did you make such a request?
If my memory still serves me well, I requested, it was a day after I received the summons, and I contacted the director responsible for disciplinary hearings as per the terms and conditions of my suspension. He came back to me to say EMM has decided that I should make them aware when I go into my office to work on this. They would arrange a colleague to go with me. Then that did not what you call well with me, and I called him so that we discuss this matter. And
so when was this?
Immediately after, let me...
No, just,
Oh,
it's
okay.
fine. Is the matter of last year, this year?
No, this year, immediately after I received a subpoena to come and appear before the Commission.
Okay.
Yes.
So you did request and then they refused?
I would say they refused because, yes, they refused. I engaged him, and then he came back to say, no, you must inform us, and then we'll make someone else to escort you, right? And I went back to him to say, why would I be escorted? Because,
Shouldn't, I'm just thinking, Mrs. Kekana, unless you will be pushing at the end for us to make findings on this issue. The practical way, I think, is to deal with it in the manner in which I suggested earlier on, which is for you to assist Mr. Malachi to get whatever documentation he may be minded to get.
Thank you. It was truly to assist him because there is that request which they interacted and they said he can get access, but but we'll deal with
any detail you want from him as to where the hitches were, you may just interact with him and then see how best to take the matter forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, I think that's
it. All
Thanks.
right. Thank you very much, Mr. Malachi. You are excused, but of course that does not necessarily mean that you may not be required to come back. But for now, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. And we adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Let's adjourn.
President Cyril Ramaphosa's Phala Phala saga has taken a new turn because the ConCourt has announced that the judgment in the massive Phala Phala court case is loading. Let's find out more. The Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, CIRA, has introduced a certificate of competency for individual security service providers. The certificate will be accessible through individual profiles on eCIRA online portal. For more information, you can email info@cira.co.za or call 086 133 3850. Spread the fire or welcome back to SMWX. Great to have you on board. Like, share, and help us reach 500,000 subscribers. That's our new milestone. Okay, fam, we got some massive news today from the Constitutional Court on the EFF and ATM's important Phala Phala case. We've been waiting for this judgment for over a year, and finally the ConCourt has given us some light at the end of the tunnel. I'm going to bring up a response to Mr. Julius Malema's letter. He sent a letter to Chief Justice Mandisa Maya saying, effectively, where is this judgment? We've been waiting so long for it. And the ConCourt responded today, the Chief Registrar, saying, the Chief Justice has directed me to write to you as follows. 1, receipt of your letter dated 25th March is hereby acknowledged. And 2, the preparation of the judgment is at an advanced stage and delivery is expected within a month. And this is dated the 8th of April, so that's today. Quite a long time to reply to the letter as well, but hey, we've been waiting a year for the judgment. I guess we could wait for a week for the letter. So at last, the ConCourt has told us when this judgment is going to come. Now, why does all of this matter, and why is this something that you should take seriously? I'm going to paint the context for you so you know exactly why this is important, because I will say that this judgment, depending on which way it goes, could change the future of this country for a very long time to come. So this is why it matters. You'll remember, there was a robbery on President Cyril Ramaphosa's private farm in Phala Phala on the 9th of February 2020. Mysteriously and astonishingly, something like just over 8 million rand was stolen from his farm. And the curious thing was that it was found packed inside a couch. And it was also in US dollars. So you would be perfectly justified in asking yourself, why did the president of the country have dollars stuffed in a couch? The couch, of course, makes it seem as if the dollars were being concealed. And so effectively, this story leaks, the theft of the money leaks. Arthur Fraser, one of Cyril Ramaphosa's rivals from within the ANC, effectively leaks the story, and it becomes a massive scandal for the president, who has never really fully explained to us what this money was doing in the couch. There have been some funny stories because there's actually a safe on this Phala Phala farm where money is supposed to be stored. And we've got bizarre stories about why it wasn't stored in the safe. We've got stories that he sold a buffalo, but the buffalo was never delivered. And it's all very curious. Now, Parliament then was tasked with looking into this matter. And Vuyo Zungula, ATM president, then wrote to the Speaker and effectively provided a whole host of documents and various pieces of information and said, Speaker, I want you to look into this and begin the process of impeaching a president. Impeachment is the most serious punishment a president can receive. They are removed from office. They stop getting their benefits. It's not only being removed from office, but it's a punishment for effectively violating your office and committing serious misconduct. And only Parliament can impeach a president. No president has ever been impeached in the history of South Africa before. So the Speaker took all this information, all this potential evidence, and according to the rules of Parliament, she handed it over to 3 independent legal experts to ascertain whether effectively there was enough smoke that there might be fire, in which case it would go to Parliament for a vote, and they would vote on whether to create a committee which would decide on whether the president should be impeached. Now that panel, what's called the independent panel, or what you may often hear referred to as the Section 89 panel, was comprised of eminent legal minds who looked at the question. Among them, the chair of the panel was former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo, who you'll see on the screen here. And also, interesting fact, one of the evidence leaders at the Madlanga Commission, Mahlape Silo SC, was also one of the people on the panel. It was a panel of 3. They looked at the information that was provided by Zungula. They got the president's responses, and they came to a conclusion. And they said that indeed the president had a case to answer. They didn't say he was guilty. They didn't say he should be impeached, but they were tasked with effectively, at a preliminary level, saying, should Parliament take this seriously enough to look at it more deeply in an entire impeachment committee, which would kind of be like the ad hoc committee right now, but centered around this Phala Phala thing. So they said, yes, we should have a committee. But in order to get to that committee, Parliament had to vote on that report. And what did Parliament do? What did the ANC do? They did what they always do. They protected their president, even in the case of corruption. Andla, we've seen it in recent history, and we saw it again with Phala Phala. The ANC said, even though these eminent jurists and former chief justices and senior advocates said that there was enough smoke here that there could be fire, Parliament said, no, we are voting down your report. We are not looking further into this. We're blinding ourselves to any possible wrongdoing on the part of our president. And this vote is the reason that the Constitutional Court was asked to hear a case that the EFF brought about whether Parliament was right to ignore effectively the panel report from these different judges. So the case was heard in the Constitutional Court in November 2024, if you can believe it. And usually you wait for around 3, sometimes 4, maybe 6 months for a Constitutional Court judgment. But guess what happened this time? We waited 6 months, then 7, then 8, and it's been nearly 5, actually I think over 500 days, and still no judgment. Now, to its credit, along with the ATM, the EFF has continued to keep this issue in the spotlight, obviously bringing this case to the Constitutional Court, which I've said on many occasions was a very good move. But ultimately, it also kept the issue in the public imagination because it has been protesting outside the Constitutional Court, asking for this judgment, rightly. And Julius Malema wrote a letter to the Chief Justice effectively saying, this is really beginning to tarnish the image of the Constitutional Court, which is a bastion of accountability in South Africa. where is this judgment? And effectively, the letter that I read out from the registrar of the court is the Chief Justice's response. It's coming within a month. Now, just a quick one on this. I mean, that already is quite a problem. We should have already had the judgment. Now we need to wait a whole other month. It's kind of like kicking the can down the road. And I truly pray that the Concourt does not fail to meet this deadline, because that would be yet another breach of trust, not only with the litigants, but the public. So let's see, what does a month mean? A month means 8th of April today, so 8th of May. We don't want any technical arguments that lawyers make about the effluxion of time and we're not counting weekends and all of that. 8th of May, this judgment must be ready. And let's see what it says. Now, having painted the context and explained to you why this is important, before I get into the case, because I've analyzed the case on a number of occasions, I want to talk about the politics of this. Because I firmly believe that if this goes against Cyril Ramaphosa, in other words, if the Court says Parliament was wrong to shield the president from accountability or from scrutiny, in other words, Parliament should have thought more carefully about investigating this Phala situation and the cash in the couch, then, oh my goodness, it's going to open up Pandora's box. It's going to be an infinity of troubles for the president. You'll remember the president nearly resigned just on the basis of these judges who wrote this report saying Parliament must investigate further. What would happen if the highest court in the land effectively says to Parliament, you need to reconsider this? It would be a devastating blow to the president. It would crack open the Phala issue all over again. And quite frankly, if this judgment goes against the president, and that's a big if, I'll get into the likelihood, I think it's the end of his presidency.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree. I mean, I think that would be the thing that makes sense. But if you remember just towards the beginning of the GNU, when the DA, specifically John Steenhuisen, came out and basically alluded to the fact that, like, Phala, they're not going to take this thing as seriously as they were doing, before they joined the GNU. And I think another thing that some people might miss about the case is not about whether, we're not getting into the crux of the matter of what happened on the farm. This is just about whether that process was constitutional or not. And if the Concourt says if it's not a good finding for the president, I still think even if they do the whole process again of going to vote, whether this impeachment committee must be set up, I think the GNU partners will protect the president.
That's the crazy thing. And of course, that is the $1 million or the $580,000 question. So,
and I'm willing to put my head on the block and take a bet that the GNU will protect the president.
Well, let's not say the GNU, the DA. DA. Because really, that would be one of the biggest contradictions in South African political history. So the DA would have voted for this panel.
Yeah.
Then the Concourt would say, effectively, you're correct. You shouldn't have voted it down. And then they would send it back to Parliament, and then the DA would flip its vote and protect the president. It's possible.
I see them spinning it as this is a potential window of opportunity if we've impeached the president for the EFF and the MK to come onto the table, and this is this doomsday thing that we've been warning about. So to make sure this doesn't happen, we will, in the name of protecting stability and the GNU, vote against this report.
If they did that, I think it would be the single biggest political mistake in the history of the DA's life. I think they're going to face major blowback from that. But if they do it, it's up to them. Then Phala is theirs.
Let's take a bet, bro.
I disagree. I think the DA will be in a crisis. I don't even think, the reason why I think it's the end of his presidency is he resigned, he nearly resigned before even the Concourt said anything. Just 3 judges.
But remember, that was just his party. The ANC, I think there was also internal pressure within the ANC. There were different sides, some that were like, this is not good, you've got to leave. And obviously some like Gweda, who we heard were convincing him to stay. Now, if he's got not just his own party, but parties like the Patriotic Alliance, who we know will support him, the DA and other GNU partners supporting him, then I don't see why he'd want to
Yeah.
resign.
I don't see why his party would be okay with it then, but with a more serious finding from a more credible institution. I think the party itself is gonna call for his
I
resignation.
don't think it's about that for the ANC. I think it's more disastrous for the ANC to have its president leave the party before a local government election than just sticking it out with the GNU and protecting him just probably this one last time before he vacates in about a year.
So you're going to give every opposition party the pala weapon for the... So Helen Zilla's going to be able to say, not only are there potholes, but also there's a president with cash in his couch.
But she can't say
it's a
that now when
disaster.
she votes with the ANC.
But
to
I'm saying they're
protect
not
him.
going to vote.
Oh, you're saying that's the reason why they won't.
So they can sacrifice him. They can call in Mbalula. They can call in... They now have more leverage because then they would say, we are going to choose a president or we're not going to support you.
So, bro, loser shaves their hair and their beard.
So can I ask you what happened the last time we took a political bet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
let's leave 2024 things in 2024.
Cool. Look, I will say, like, also DA on a new leadership, if the first thing that leadership does is defend Pala, it would be such a disaster.
I didn't actually realize it's...
No, you can't. You've made your bed. Your beard is on the line.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Jordan Hill-Lewis comes in, new DA leader, we're ready. Oh, yeah, but the couch. No, we're fine with the couch. But no. That's... Before an election, you defend Pala.
See, that's why you're the guy on camera doing the analysis.
No ways, man. No ways. Listen, comment down below. Do you think the DA would defend the president on Pala in a parliamentary vote for an impeachment committee or not? Like for Oratile, subscribe. Let us know down below. But yeah, no, I hear you. The DA it's been moving mad. So yeah, interesting times. With the ANC, I also think the ANC would probably, let's just say it would ignite a massive debate in the ANC.
Yeah.
Very uncomfortable just before an election because the ANC would then have to be talking about Pala while they're trying to defend people not having water, and it's just not going to be a good look. So remember, this is if the judgment goes against the president, there are going to be massive political consequences. However, if the judgment goes for the president, well, obviously that's fine. That actually is kind of the end of the road for the Pala accountability, sadly. So the president will ride off into the sunset, and I suspect all will be well.
Just another thing. Also, sorry, just a question. I'm just thinking, someone who's also listening, because I mean, this is a process about whether the parliamentary process was constitutional. But is there no other parallel criminal thing happening on the side where the merits of this case is being?
Yeah. Remember, every other, the Concord is our last hope.
Yeah.
SARS fumbled.
Yeah, true.
Reserve
Public
Bank
protector.
fumbled. Reserve Bank fumbled. NPA fumbled.
So if he makes this hurdle, then it's
then
through.
which will be one of the saddest days in democratic history, in my view, because every institution would have failed to hold the president accountable. At least in the Zuma era, the Concord actually was like the last line of defense.
Yeah.
Stood firm. But oh well, let's see what happens. So those are the political stakes. They couldn't be higher. And now we have the case. So let me just remind you of some of the legal aspects of this, because this is what you need to look out for when that judgment does arrive before the 8th of May. The key thing is the substance of this judgment. So this panel led by Chief Justice Nobo, who looked into this question, had to ask themselves the question of whether there was sufficient evidence of at least enough evidence, sufficient evidence for a further inquiry. Now, the key argument from the president and the ANC was that they mixed up like the evidentiary threshold that they needed to apply. So there's evidence called prima facie evidence, or evidence on the face of it, and that, according to the president, is one standard. And then there's sufficient evidence, which is a higher standard of evidence. And the argument was that the report mixes those two